Okay, we're back on the live stream. The parties have agreed to undesignate the confidentiality of U.S. Wind exhibit number 20. Mr. Collins, you may proceed with your next question.
Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for the benefit of the parties rejoining, the question before us and the question that I am asking of Skipjack's witness, Mr. Hardy, is the question that appeared in a data request that was served back on October 18th, to which U.S. Wind has not yet received an answer. The question is, do you intend to file a revised bid or revise your OREC price for an existing bid? And so I would pose that question to Mr. Hardy and ask you, Mr. Hardy, if you could answer that question for us.
I think the answer that is in Exhibit 20 is our answer, which is that, we achieved a milestone yesterday. We made it available, tried to make it available yesterday and today through the process available to us, that we would be improving our bid by committing to build this tower facility with GE if we're awarded Section 2.1.
And with those costs that have been mentioned in this announcement concerning the GE initiative, would there be a revision to your OREC price for any existing bid or any new bid that you would submit?
No.
It would not.
That's correct.
And are there any, in light of our conversation a little earlier about contingencies, are there any contingencies associated with that, that there would not be an OREC price change, or is that firm?
There are no contingencies related to an OREC price change.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Your Honor, I have no further questions, but I do have want to thank the witness very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Do additional parties have cross for Mr. Hardy? Please make sure that your camera is on first and that you raise your hand with the raised hand feature, or as Mr. Holland with an actual raised hand. Let me see if anybody else has cross. Seeing no other except for Town of Ocean City, Mr. Holland, you may proceed.
Good afternoon at this point, Mr. Hardy, and happy birthday to you.
Hi, thank you, sir.
My name is Jay Holland, and I'm here representing Town of Ocean City. I just have a couple of brief questions for you. In regard to the Ørsted projects that you list on page 6 of your direct testimony, Ørsted has a number of projects along the East Coast where its turbines are located more than 20 miles offshore. That be correct?
We have some that are located further out than 20 miles and some that are located closer than 20 miles.
Okay. In regard to those located further offshore, the coastal Virginia offshore wind farm is located 27 miles from shore, correct?
I am not 100% sure how far it's located out, but I'll assume that you're correct in that distance.
The Ørsted website says, quote, 27 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't own that project. We built that project for Dominion Energy, so I'm not as familiar with the details of that project as some of the others.
Understood. The South Fork wind farm is also listed, and it's listed as being developed 35 miles from shore. The Ørsted website says 35 miles east of Montauk Point. Is that correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
And the Sunrise Wind project is also listed and listed as being developed 30 miles from shore. Again, the Ørsted website says over 30 miles east of Long Island's Montauk Point. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The Bay State Wind project is also listed and is noted as being developed 25 miles from shore. Is that accurate?
It's still in development, but yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hardy, I'm William Fields. I represent the Office of People's Counsel. I had one quick question. I have a version of your testimony that has a block, a section blocked out as it says proprietary. Is that now public as well?
It is.
It is. All right. Thank you. Great. I wanted to actually talk to you a little bit about transmission costs, particularly upgrade costs that might result from the project. Is it another question about confidentiality? Is it public to discuss whether your bid is a one-part bid or a two-part bid? Can we do that in public session?
I don't know if the question is to me. I'm comfortable answering that question.
Okay. So, well, I'll just pause for a second. So is your bid a one-part bid or a two-part bid with respect to transmission costs?
It's a one-part bid.
Okay. And so the company will be responsible for whatever transmission upgrade costs are determined to be necessary by PJM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the state agreement approach being undertaken in New Jersey with respect to transmission upgrades?
If you're talking about the PPTN for creating a grid backbone for offshore wind, I'm familiar with that. I'm not sure by the specific designation that you used there, but
could you? I'm not sure either. Could you? What were the initials you just?
Public Policy Transmission Need (PPTN).
Okay. Well, what I'm referring to is an approach where the state's ratepayers take on a burden for paying for certain transmission projects that are needed to interconnect certain resources. With New Jersey's case, we're talking about offshore wind resources. Are we talking about the same thing?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, if Maryland were to undertake that approach, a similar approach, that could lower transmission costs that the company is responsible for, correct? I'm talking about I'm talking about the upgrade costs.
Theoretically, the way I understand it is that the cost would not be a part of the OREC, but through a separate process, the ratepayers would pay for the transmission upgrades needed. And therefore, because that cost is borne by ratepayers through a different mechanism, our OREC price would be lower.
Okay. That's what I actually, maybe you answered my questions. It seems like that my question really is if something like that state agreement approach happened, shouldn't the customers receive some kind of credit for taking on the burden of paying directly for some of these transmission upgrades?
Yeah, I feel a little bit like we're talking hypothetically, but I'll try to answer your question as best I can. My understanding is that if Maryland decided to create a different process for grid upgrades, that would still be borne by the ratepayers, but if they did a massive transmission upgrade process, and that the wind turbine developers didn't have to bear the cost of the transmission upgrades in our bids, that our OREC price would go down. Maybe that other policy would create some efficiencies by creating a backbone that could accept, multiple offshore wind, megawatts, and net, it may or may not be cheaper than the generator lead line approach that we're taking right now. And that's partly what New Jersey's trying to figure out. I don't think they know the answer yet, but.
All right, and it sounds like you would agree that it's a reasonable approach to avoid customers paying, paying twice essentially for upgrade costs, if the state takes on that kind of approach.
Yeah, the challenge, of course, is that you've got to get the timing right. If you want a project built with the COD of 2026, which is our understanding of what the state of Maryland wants and how the statute's written, then it would be difficult to create a process, kick off a process, and expect that the grid upgrades would be done through a separate process.
Yeah, I follow you. It's a fair point. I wanted to also talk to you about, are you familiar with the advance notice of proposed rulemaking on transmission investment that parties just at FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, parties just recently filed comments on?
Mr. Hardy, you're on mute.
Yeah, we lost your audio, Mr. Hardy.
Yes, at a high level. Sorry, I bumped my space bar with my hand. At a high level, I'm familiar with a NOPR. Yeah.
Okay, and one of the ideas discussed in there is to move away from the current participant funding approach. Are you familiar with that?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Now, I guess my question here is similar to what we just talked about. If FERC or DOE or Department of the Energy or somebody were to implement an approach to transmission investment where Maryland ratepayers took on a burden of paying for some transmission upgrades needed to connect offshore wind, would it be reasonable to seek some kind of, or to have some kind of credit for Maryland customers for taking on that burden in respect to the OREC prices and what we're paying to whoever builds one of these offshore wind projects?
From my perspective, we have costs that are flowing through to our megawatt hour price that are related to system upgrades. So if we didn't have those costs, we would be willing to reduce our OREC amount by the commensurate amount. So.
All right, that's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hardy. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Spivak. Mr. Spivak, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Hardy, and let me join everybody else in wishing you a happy birthday.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot of questions here, but let's see what we can do with the few I do have. On page 2, line 10 of your direct testimony, you make the statement, in developing our proposals, Skipjack leveraged Ørsted's experience and perspective as the largest developer of offshore wind in the United States. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And going to page 6 of your direct testimony, you list the 30 megawatt Block Island wind project as being in operation and the coastal Virginia project is being constructed at the moment. Is that right?
It has already been constructed, but
it
yes.
has been constructed. Is the coastal Virginia project in operation yet?
It is in operation, yes.
And am I correct in stating, I didn't see it on the map in your application attachment, but I did see it, I think, in the map in Ørsted's annual report. Am I correct in stating that that is a 12 megawatt project?
It is a 12 megawatt project.
Okay. Has physical construction begun on any of the other 6 projects mentioned on page 6 of your testimony?
No, it has not.
Okay, so that would include Skipjack 1, that construction hasn't begun yet?
That's correct.
Okay, now you state at page 10 lines 1 and 2 of your testimony.
One second.
Either
Go ahead.
Skipjack Wind
Yep.
Phase 2 or Skipjack Wind Phase 2.1 would be developed, constructed, and delivered together with Skipjack Wind Phase 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean that if the commission awards either Phase 2 or 2.1, that completion of Skipjack 1 will be concurrent with the completion of Skipjack 2 or 2.1?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And if the commission declines to approve either Skipjack 2 or 2.1, when would Skipjack 1 be completed?
It's contemplated that it would be completed in 2026 still.
Okay. Now, Skipjack 1 has experienced some delays in the construction schedule that was included in the original application. Am I right about that?
Yes.
Okay. If the commission accepts Skipjack's bids in this proceeding, what assurances can you give that they will be constructed within the time frame specified in your testimony?
We're making every effort we can to build these projects as quickly as possible. As probably many of you know, the federal permitting process was basically halted under the Trump administration. So many offshore wind projects were delayed as a result of that process. And then we also took into consideration some stakeholder feedback about the cable landing that was contemplated by the original developer of Skipjack 1, which was going through a state park in Delaware. And so we've had to reconfigure that project to find a more suitable cable landing location for Skipjack 1. And then these delays, these combination of delays due to the federal process and due to having to find a different cable landing location, we took the opportunity to contemplate building one larger project with two separate ORECs, but that we could build it at one time with one export cable and one interconnect agreement. And we thought that that was a better solution for Maryland and Delaware with respect to environmental impact and other things. And so what we've contemplated is now a project schedule that we believe we can meet. We've invested $45 million already this year in site investigations to enable us to get a COP application submitted on time and in order to keep that project schedule of 2026. So I think that that's one statement and one proof point that we're committed to the project schedule. If we're spending that much money ahead of even an additional award, we also have our queue positions in place, and some of my other colleagues who are witnesses can talk more about the project schedule. Probably witness Henry would be a good person to really ask some more detailed questions about the project schedule.
Okay, thank you. Now let me ask you this: what consequences, if any, are you aware of if Skipjack bid were approved and Skipjack fails to meet the schedule?
It's my understanding that in Skipjack 1, if the project does not come online, I think by the end of 2027, there was a 5-year grace period, then there's a risk that we could lose the OREC. So that's a pretty big consequence. I hope that, although obviously we're not planning for that, that if something, caused a further delay and it was not within the control of the project, that we would be able to have a discussion with the commission about, finding some other solution besides losing the OREC. But, that's my understanding of consequences as they stand today.
Okay, thank you. Can you go to page 3, line 20 of your application, of your testimony, please?
320, yes.
Okay, and you make the statement, Skipjack is a subsidiary of Ørsted. Therefore, Skipjack's offshore wind development activities are fully supported by Ørsted's broad team of experienced offshore wind developers and robust financial resources. Is that right?
Yes.
And let's go to page 4, line 4. And there you talk about Ørsted having a strong balance sheet with equity market capitalization of $60 billion and cash flows from existing business of approximately $1.7 billion. You see that?
Yes.
Can you state what Skipjack's total capital investment in Maryland would be if the commission approves Skipjack's proposal in its entirety?
I don't have that number at my fingertips, but I think again, if you ask witness Henry or witness Majola, we can answer that question a little bit later in the call.
Okay. Can you give me a ballpark figure at all?
Probably around you know, 2.5-3 billion.
Okay. And over how many years would that investment be made?
Between now and the COD date, so between now and 2026.
Okay. And how much of that total investment would occur in the year in which the highest total investment is expended?
I actually, I don't know the answer to that. I guess, you know, under $1 billion, but maybe in a, you know, after we achieve our final investment decision. So after all our boundary conditions are behind us and we release all of the EPC contracts, it could probably be a pretty big amount in 1 year.
Okay. And how much of the total investment is actually coming directly from Ørsted?
Well, we balance sheet finance all of our projects, so all of it is.
All of it. And is that all in the form? Now, is Ørsted planning, or does Ørsted expect to take on debt to make these investments, or is it all equity, or is it some combination of the two?
It's a combination for sure. So we borrow at our parent level, and we borrow to maintain our investment grade credit rating, and we borrow at really low interest rates. So we have a very low cost of capital, and then we you know, have basically an implied mix of equity and debt when we fund these projects.
Do you have any ballpark on what that ratio is of equity and debt?
I think it varies, you know, from project to project and time to time. So I don't have a good number to share.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, we've had some discussion this morning already with some of the other cross-examination. At page 16, 17, the application, you discuss costs and risk to ratepayers. Is that a fair summary?
Sorry, give me 1 second to catch up with you. Page 16 and 17.
Yeah.
What was the question again?
You discuss costs and risks to ratepayers. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Spivak, can you direct us to a line? This is of his direct testimony?
Yeah, this is his direct testimony. And in fact, we were looking at it earlier, but starting at line 15, that paragraph of page 16 and going into page 17.
Yes.
Okay, you're making the statement that you're minimizing the risk for ratepayers.
Yes.
Okay. All right. With respect to risk to ratepayers, what assurances can you give that Skipjack's projects will not end up like the Warrior Run Purpur project and cost ratepayers hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in above market electricity supply costs?
I think fundamentally the way the OREC is awarded is that, you know, we don't get any additional recovery. We take the risk of the cost of the project, and we secure the revenue line or a guaranteed price through the OREC for per megawatt hour, and then it's up to us to build the project on time. And I think you have the commitment of the world's, you know, most experienced 30 years of experience building offshore wind. You have the commitment that offshore wind projects, that our commitment that we'll build the project and build it on time.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no additional parties wishing to cross-examine this witness, Mr. Curran, do you have any redirect?
None, Your Honor. No redirect.
Thank you. Do commissioners have questions of the witness? Commissioner Herman, followed by Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hardy, just to make sure I get my questions asked, a couple of these are, probably you're gonna refer them to somebody else, but I want to make sure. Is Ms. Siskine the person I should ask about the environmental benefits?
Yes.
Okay. So let me just ask you, also the other question I have, the capacity factor of the turbines, who should I ask about that?
The best person is probably Mr. Tanner.
Mr. Tanner. Okay. Thank you. So Mr. Hardy, oh, and happy birthday. Sorry, let me add
Thank
to
you.
that. You've said that the investment that Skipjack would be making it's 400 million, and I've got the 140 million in the cable factory. Where did somebody lay out where I get from 140 to 400?
I think the best person to answer that would be witness Majola, but we've got a detailed list of all the different investments that add up to 400. So
you have a detailed list. Do I have that detailed list, or is that just something that I should ask for?
Yeah, I unfortunately am not sure if that's been provided yet or not, but we obviously counted up where that 400 million is going to come
Sure.
from.
I assumed you did.
Without
Mr.
Your Honor, we
Curran,
can provide that.
perhaps
Yeah,
if it's not available, could you create that for me,
Yeah.
please?
We'll make that available. Absolutely.
And if it's in somebody's chart and it's been a little while, perhaps you can let me know that too.
I think Ms. Henry may be able to discuss it as well, and Ms. Majola.
Okay.
But we'll get you can we accept that as a bench data request to get that to you?
That's fine if it's already provided, the witness can tell me that they already have it and where to find it.
We'll find it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So, Mr. Hardy, I think I heard, and I want to get clarification from you, when Mr. Fields was asking you questions, did I hear you agree to the OPC condition regarding the cost savings from future transmission costs?
what I said, and I hope that that I understand what I'm saying. But what I said is that included in our bid is the cost of system upgrades and some risk, because we don't really know what those system upgrade costs are going to cost us. And so we've made some assumptions, and those costs flow through to the price of our OREC. If through some other mechanism those costs were not our responsibility, then we would be willing to reduce our OREC amount by a commensurate amount.
Okay, and so I think I'm hearing that, are you saying that if the costs are less than what's in your calculation for transmission today, that you would be willing to share or return that difference to ratepayers?
I didn't say that. What I said was if the cost went completely away and someone else took those costs on, then we could propose a different price that didn't include those costs that we've assumed.
Okay, and so if the cost went away completely, is what I hear you saying.
I think we're open to having to being transparent about what those costs are, and having a discussion with the commission about how to share, to potentially reduce the risk. But it can't go both ways, right? You can't ask us to take all the risk, and if it goes over, then we have to eat it, and if it goes under, we give back. So we went with a type 1 offer, or I forgot what the vernacular is, but where we're taking the risk of those upgrade costs, but I think we said in our application and that we were willing to discuss with the PSC about some other mechanisms to share in that risk and potentially reduce our OREC.
Okay, and is there somebody other than you that we should discuss that with during the hearing, or is that the discussion we're having right now?
I think there's probably people who are closer to it and understand it better than I do. Witness Henry or Witness Majola are probably more versed in the details of this, but it would obviously, be a discussion that I don't know that we have at the hearing, but it would be a discussion that we would be willing to have to figure out a mechanism that was transparent and potentially shared those risks and costs.
Okay, and so whose testimony should we talk about, at least the transparency of the transmission costs that are in your bid?
I'll say Witness Henry.
Witness Henry, okay. Let me write that down. All right. So where, you just said that it wouldn't be right for you to bear all the risk, but for the ratepayers to get all of the savings, if there were savings. Is that a fair?
Yes, that's my opinion. Yes.
Okay. So how then should we approach the fact that your estimates of ratepayer benefits, and I'm talking about the ratepayer impact, the energy and capacity, your estimates are far more aggressive than either US Wind or ICF. But the ratepayers under your current proposal are bearing all of the risk of that because we're paying an OREC price and there's no ability for the ratepayers to be compensated if your really aggressive estimates are not don't come to fruition.
Okay, I'll try to answer that as best I can, but we believe that our OREC bids are very competitive. If you compare them to recent awards, they're basically in the same zone. We have a lot of experience with our U.S. pipeline of projects about what things are really costing, how much it costs to build a wind farm like this. We have a low cost of capital, as I already alluded to, and we publicly state that our margin above we call it our spread to WACC is not that aggressive, really. So all of those things, we have really good insight into what things cost. Our cost of capital is low, and we're not trying to make an exorbitant amount of money. There are unknowns, so we don't know everything yet. Grid upgrade costs are one of the things that we don't really know. And so maybe we're aggressive or conservative on those assumptions. It's really hard to tell. As folks know now, PJM is actually changing its methodology for how it approves queue positions. And so that just creates another big unknown for a project like this about timeline and cost. But we tried to use all of the data available to us to understand what those system upgrade costs were going to be. And with respect to so we think that our price is a accurate and fair price for ORECs given all those circumstances. With respect to the inputs to the ratepayer impact, again, we believe that our assumptions are also accurate. And we have a few other witnesses. I mentioned the names before, but Witness Kane and Hibbard, who will talk about our analysis of how to determine the ratepayer impact through the Bates-White methodology. And again, obviously the commission can take its own view on that, but we really are just trying to be transparent and forthright about all these things and accurate.
Well, I appreciate that, but let me talk to you a little bit about Mr. Kane's testimony, because Mr. Kane's testimony says he believes that the electrification scenario on which your estimates are based is, and this is his word, plausible. Okay, that's just his word. So to you, you tell me percentage wise, what does plausible mean to you? Is it 50%, 75%? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I think it would be better to ask Mr. Kane himself. I'm not sure that my guess on what his percentage is super helpful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I really just don't know what he means by plausible. But I think that our electrification system, you know, it could go many different ways. You've got, you know, folks who are really believe that global warming is a real threat and that we should really expedite the transition. And there's others that don't. And there's people who believe that you should have electrification of lots of things, cars, heat, et cetera, and others who don't. So it is a little bit of a subjectivity. I think Mr. Kane and Mr. Hibbert can give their justification for the assumptions that they made.
Right, but your OREC price is based on these assumptions regarding what's going to happen in the market. And it's, as I said, you know, the other evidence in this proceeding that has been presented is quite different than your estimates. And therefore, what I'm wondering is there a way that some of the risk, I'm not necessarily even saying all of it, but said some of the risk of those aggressive estimates are placed on skipjack and not 100% on ratepayers? Because right now it seems to me that 100% of that risk is on the ratepayers, and that if these aggressive estimates are not, you know, don't come to fruition, then ratepayers will be paying more than 88 cents under our statute.
I'm not sure I really understand your logic. Let me see if I can repeat it back. The OREC price that we committed to is based on a bottoms-up analysis of what it costs to build this project. So that has nothing to do with any assumptions on future electrification, on growth rates, or any of that stuff. It's just really based on a bottoms-up analysis of what we think it will cost to build this project, including, you know, our debt service and a small margin of profit for us. So that's its own separate analysis that we did, where we came up with the price that we're offering. Then separately, you asked us to interpret what is that impact to ratepayers. What does it mean as an impact to ratepayers? And there we used different assumptions. We used experts to come up with what we think that this price will be as an impact to ratepayers. And you know, those were our assumptions that we made in that Bates-White model. So they're really two separate things.
Yeah, but don't you, I mean, you know, like, ratepayers are not supposed to pay by statute more than 88 cents a month over the period of the contract, right?
Yeah.
And in order to get to what the ratepayer impact of your OREC price is, you have to look at your estimates of what's going to happen in the market. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So
yeah.
that's where I'm getting at. That if ratepayers pay your OREC prices and what you expect is going to happen doesn't happen, you still get your OREC prices, but ratepayers are paying, are not, you know, the ratepayer impact test is not going to be what you envision, right?
Yeah, I understand your point. I guess my point is that it costs what it costs to build the project, and you know, we think that our estimate of what that OREC amount is accurate. And you're right. There's a little bit of, you know, assumptions happening on the impact to ratepayers, but we hope that the commission will look at the opportunity in totality and the economic benefits that we're bringing through these supply chain investments and other things that we're doing in the state.
And I understand and I agree with you, but we have two tests. We have the economic impact and we have the ratepayer impact. And
Yep.
So right now I'm talking to you about the ratepayer impact, which has a statutory maximum. So we have to weigh that as part of what we're looking, we have to weigh that as part of our review.
I
So-
understand your fiduciary duty on that area. I really think that we should explore this further with our experts who developed the Bates White model, and hopefully they can give you more confidence that the way we're evaluating it is an accurate way.
Okay. So let me ask you another question. I believe there's a witness in this proceeding, and frankly, I've looked for it and couldn't find it. And I believe it was a skipjack witness saying that it would be a good idea for the commission to approve a skipjack project and, if possible, a U.S. wind project together, because then there would be a better chance of a project being built. If that were a true, assuming that that's a true statement, what would prevent skipjack, if the commission approves a project, what would prevent you from building it?
I mean, I have high confidence that if the commission approved one of our applications, that we would build it. So, but is there a theoretical event that could happen where we wouldn't build it? I suppose so. If we ran into some fatal flaw in the federal permitting process, or we had some, I don't know, some other scenario where we couldn't, land our cable and get a cable connected into the grid that just stopped us from being able to go forward, we maybe that would be the only thing that could stop us. But I think the fact that we're spending $45 million on site investigations this year says that we have high confidence that we can build the project if we're awarded.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I believe it was Mr. Kane. I just can't find the page. With respect to the GE letter, and I don't think this is confidential because you've used the $150 million number publicly. So, Mr. Curran, if I start going somewhere I shouldn't, raise your hand or just
Understood.
speak up. But you said there's a $150 million investment. Is that Ørsted or Skipjack's investment of $150, or is it in combination with GE?
It would be in combination with us, GE, and the tower manufacturer.
So it's not $150 million from Skipjack?
No.
Okay. Is it possible, Mr. Curran, when we get the list of the 400 million, to include the Skipjack portion of that, or is that something that we're not going to get?
I can look into that for you. Absolutely.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Hardy,
can I make one comment related to that? It's not just the investment from Skipjack, but it's also the commitment for volume. Many of these supply chain partners, Hellenic included, the cable manufacturer, and GE, and we've spoken to 4 tower manufacturing companies in conjunction with GE. Part of what Ørsted's doing via Skipjack is giving them some business case certainty with respect to volume. So the Hellenic Cable Factory will not just provide cables for Skipjack 1 and 2.1, but it will provide cables for a majority of our U.S. portfolio, and that gives them the surety that at least the first couple of years until they sell cable elsewhere, that they have some business case certainty. And it's the same opportunity with towers. We would be committing towers for projects in our portfolio in other parts of the U.S. So Maryland would be an exporter in both scenarios, both with cables and with towers, to other U.S. projects.
okay. And the GE tower manufacturing facility, do you have any issues with the bridges? Do getting under bridges, or you do them in, do they have to do them in pieces so you can get it under the bridges, or is it past the bridge somewhere?
I think we've contemplated that, and I think we have a solution for that.
Okay. Let me think. I think that is all I had for you, Mr. Hardy. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you, Commissioner Herman. Sorry that I can't answer the questions as directly, but we do have a very fulsome team, so you'll get your answers.
Well, and that's, that's why I ask you, because then I don't want somebody to say, oh, you should have asked Mr. Hardy that question. So
Smart.
I just went ahead and asked you. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Hardy, for being with us. And sorry you have to celebrate your birthday with us today. Hopefully, you'll
Oh, I love it.
something a lot more fun to do later.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy to be here. So
Well, thank you. Just to hopefully have pretty quick questions. One kind of like Commissioner Herman's. What I want to ask is something related to Mr. Kane's testimony. And what he says in his testimony is if we use the Bates-White methodology and the assumptions would provide the commission, the assumptions would provide us with the basis for approving multiple round 2 wind projects. Now that of course assumes that we use the Bates-White methodology, but as you know, a lot of parties believe that we should really stick with the independent assumptions and methodology, the ICF methodology. I just wanted to find out, have you considered any adjustments or what you might do if we needed to go with the ICF methodology that would continue allowing us to have the basis for approving multiple projects?
well, I'm not the expert at this, but my understanding is the ICF methodology disqualifies 4 out of the 5 offers, basically, and I think there's only one U.S. wind project that meets the case, and it's their smallest project, and it doesn't bring a lot of economic benefit to the state. The only thing that we could really do to try to have a lower impact would be to either change our OREC rate or change our OREC escalation. And as I've testified already, we believe that the price that we're offering is what it's going to cost to build a project. And so we're at this point in time, we're confident that what we're putting forward, while it may look higher than someone else's price on paper, it's an accurate and a number that we can stand behind, a number we can build the project in. So we don't have a lot of degrees of freedom to change that. Although, I suppose that we could entertain some offer of business back from the Maryland PSC. We could take it back and see if there's something we can do. But I caution folks to have high hopes that we would be able to move very much at all.
Okay, well, thank you. And the reason I'm asking you, and I am interested in talking more about this with Mr. Kane, but you are the senior executive, you are the decision maker. So I wanted to specifically get you on the record. What is the flexibility? Because again, we have to, by statute, take into consideration the ratepayer impact, and we have, we rely greatly on having an independent assessment and report to make that judgment. So again, that's why, anything you can tell me now or tell us before the end of this hearing about where some of that flexibility might be and how we might be able to, again, balance the methodology that our independent assessor, report has given us with yours, and still maybe get to that win-win where we can consider multiple projects. So if there's anything more you can give me on that now or before the end of this hearing is over with, you as the senior executive, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, that's fair, Commissioner Richard. I will definitely think about that and try to feed back, through some of the other testimonies if there are things. I think the grid upgrade costs that Commissioner Herman was questioning about, I think that is one opportunity for sure to maybe take some contingency that we're carrying just because of the unknown and share it. But again, in the end, that if there is a real cost that's what we assume it to be or higher, then the ratepayers are going to have to bear that anyway. But if we somehow created, which I know was the concept of the type 2 offer, was to kind of bifurcate the generation from transmission, but we had some challenges with the structure of how that worked. But there may be a different way to create to separate those two and create some opportunity there.
Thank you, thank you. And just one other, OPC, I thought asked some very important questions about transmission costs, and really pointing out that we have the experiment going on to our north with New Jersey and the states agreement approach. There's a possibility FERC may change and allow RTOs to consider methodologies other than participant pays. So did I hear you correctly that you would entertain conditions? Your company would entertain conditions that might take into account reduced costs for your project. And again, you maybe not here on the spot, would you be able to provide some, I guess, ideas of what those conditions might be that might fairly, adjust any costs, any OREC costs to account for those changes that might be, favorable to your costs going into this project?
Yes. Again, like I said, right now we're carrying all the risks of all the costs, quite frankly, not just the transmission costs, but the generation costs, the operation and maintenance costs for 30 years. So we carry a lot of risk. So if there's a way for us to take one of those costs out and one of those risks out of our equation, we would be, I'm comfortable sharing, what assumptions we're carrying in our business case and how they translate into the megawatt hour price of the OREC. And if there's another mechanism in it, and also if it doesn't delay the project, or because obviously the project schedule is important to Maryland, but it's also important to us as the time value of money outlay versus when we start receiving a revenue is critical as well. So.
Great. Well, as you know, our chairman is very much involved in trying to work with FERC on some of these issues. But in any case, I guess what I'm looking for, and again, not right here on the spot, is maybe before the end of these proceedings, are some specific concepts that we can use potentially in an order on what those conditions would look like that would be, acceptable to your company and would meet the needs that we would have to try to, reflect, pass along any of those savings to ratepayers. So
absolutely. Well, I'll start work on it as soon as I'm done with you guys today, trying to make a, maybe try to introduce some high level concepts, through some of the future testimony. So
great. And thank you, Mr. Hardy, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy birthday, Mr. Hardy. I can't imagine anything more exciting than testimony before the Maryland Public Service Commission on your birthday while you're celebrating.
50th birthday, even.
That's right. So let me ask you, in your direct testimony, you said that, I believe you said, correct me if I'm wrong, that there were 200 U.S. employees right now for the company. Is that right?
There's actually, I said greater than 200 and adding more every day. And just yesterday I looked, we have 264 employees here working in offshore in the U.S.
Okay, so how many of those 264 employees are sourced from the U.S. and how many of them have transferred here from your global operations?
I would say that probably the expat number is somewhere around 40 who are here as expats. The rest are Americans.
Okay, and of those that source from the U.S., how many of them are Marylanders? Do you have a sense of that? Do you know?
We have an office in Annapolis. There's 18 employees there. They're basically all working on Skipjack full time, and then we have more people working on Skipjack that aren't based in Maryland, but they're focused on it. And we have 260s just in the U.S. We have 200 people in Europe whose business card says USX, but they happen to just be working remotely for our business here.
Yeah, I have I have a pet peeve regarding renewable energy credits generally going, that economic impact going out of our state instead of staying in our state. So I like to ask these kind of questions. My colleagues know that. Let me ask you about the dollars for economic development investments you've been discussing quite a bit. Make sure I understand how much of that $400 million are built in, cooked into the OREC bid that you've made, and how much are carried by corporate, if at all?
It's my understanding that those are probably almost all built into the OREC. I mean, it's a little bit of a interesting game, right? Because it depends what kind of margin we're asking for. So if we're saying that we're taking a leaner spread to WACC or margin profit, then you could say that we're absorbing some of that cost. But it's a line. The 400 million sitting in a cost model for us, which then helps us arrive at our OREC price.
So I assumed as much, but the ultimate people who pay for these economic developments are the ratepayers of Maryland. Is that not so?
I think it's a fair way to look at it. Yeah.
So, and I want to just get on the record for my own satisfaction that these investments are not coming from the. I mean, we're pleased that they're here, and that it is a benefit for Maryland ultimately with taxes and other things, and I appreciate all of that. I really do. But these investments are not out of the goodness of anyone's heart in either developer's case, but will be borne and paid for over decades by the ratepayers. So I needed to get that on.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say, Commissioner, on that is that there is an arms race happening right now about the supply chain for offshore wind, and for those states that get those early investments will also benefit from those economic benefits that come from that, hopefully for a long term, if this industry remains viable for a long term, which is what we expect it to be. And so I think there is some real benefit to securing some of these principal component manufacturing facilities in the state of Maryland.
I would agree with that, and there are tertiary and maybe even beyond that economic impacts that will benefit the citizens of Maryland in other ways. So I do appreciate that. And first mover in our first round some years ago, I was here. You were not the CEO, I don't believe, at the time of Ørsted North America. In fact, I'm not sure Skipjack was under the Ørsted.
It was still Deepwater Wind then, yes.
Yeah. During the pendency of those proceedings, both Skipjack and U.S. Wind went to fallback kind of bid in the middle of the proceedings, because it looked like things were heading. We had to make a choice, one or the other, and I think both developers sharpened their pencils and came back to us with the best and final offer after their best and final offer. So my question to you is, which was appreciated because the competitive forces kicked in, will Ørsted be willing to, during the pendency of these proceedings, reevaluate their best and final offer as we did in phase, as occurred in phase one, should the proceedings head in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that one applicant's prices are a lot lower than another's, and I would say that there's zero chance that we will come anywhere close to the offers that are made by the other applicant. And I think it depends how you view it. We feel very confident in our models, in our pricing, in our experience, in our quotes from supplier service providers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, with the experience that we have globally and in the U.S. We have a whole bunch of other projects that are a couple of years ahead of where we are today with Skipjack 1 and definitely even ahead of Skipjack 2 and 2.1. We feel that our offer is a best and final offer. That being said, if it made a difference to move a little bit, then we would entertain that type of discussion. But I want to leave the commission with 100% confidence that there's no way that Ørsted will try to match the U.S. wind offers, because we think we really don't understand how they can build those projects at those levels.
Yeah. So without going to the other developer, and I'm not asking you if you would consider going there. That's not my question. My question is, during these proceedings, should you find additional savings, should you find the ability to reduce your bid costs, would you be open to coming back to us and saying, we've looked at this and here's how we can obtain some additional savings and lower bid price?
Commissioner O'Donnell, of course, we'll always have the door open, and we'll always be open for further discussion, and we'll see if there's other things that we can do to try to make our bid more competitive. We hoped that the commitment to a tower facility, and although the 150 isn't all coming from us, a portion of it is, a significant portion, which we can share later in confidentiality, and being able to hold our prices that as we've already submitted, we see that as a significant benefit to the state. But if there's some different combination that the commissioners would like to see, we would welcome the discussion there.
Okay, and then I just want to touch on one last thing here. You were crossed on locations of other offshore wind developments being a certain distance from the shore, here and there, and beyond. So remind us, for the record, who created this lease area?
The lease areas were created by BOEM, a division of the Department of Interior. It's
a Bureau of Offshore Energy Management.
That's correct.
What that acronym is? Okay. And so they set these are federal waters; they're not state waters, and the BOEM has set the lease area that you're applying for additional expansion into, right?
That's correct. And they also they don't just randomly do it. They do extensive studies. They do stakeholder outreach. It's a long process to even designate the lease area, and then there's a process to acquire the leases, which
and they take into consideration shipping channels and Coast Guard concerns and aviation and a lot of other
fishing. Yes, many things. Yes.
Yeah. So so the commission doesn't have the latitude this commission doesn't have the latitude to just go push these developments further out. In fact, there's a state statutory requirement that says they have to be between 10 and 30 miles. Isn't that so?
I'm not sure about the state statute, but we have to stay within the federal lease areas that are defined by BOEM, which we have rights to build in. We at Ørsted and Skipjack have created a couple mile boundary from our most west boundary to support the shipping lanes. And to be honest, to the extent that we were to use, I think certain folks want us to use only certain parts of the leases that are further away. Well, then the economic costs are going to be that much higher, because we don't have the ability to utilize the full lease area. The projects would be smaller, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there would be a direct economic impact to changing and only using a small portion of the lease area. So.
All right. Well, I just wanted to establish clearly. Some people asked us to push them out at least 30 miles, and we don't have the ability to do that. It would effectively nullify this whole state of Maryland policy of developing these lease areas that are created by the federal government. So we can't do that. We don't have the authority to do that. It's non-jurisdictional for us. So I just wanted to establish that. So thank you for that. Thank you. Happy birthday, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Commissioner Linton, anything from you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions from me. My colleagues have actually asked the questions. I would associate my comments and my thoughts today with the questions related to the overall impact this project has, as well as the potentially looking into the company's flexibility with offering this project with the different pricing or however that flexibility can be developed. So I thank you, Mr. Hardy, for being here today, for providing your testimony, especially on your birthday. I did have, however, one request with Commissioner Herman's approval. I'd like to make a friendly amendment to her data request. The company has made a couple of proposals in this report, but have also made some public statements as well regarding some of the investment they're going to make in Maryland. So since we're requesting some extra information about exactly what this $400 million of extra investment entails, I'd like to know how much has already been committed. For example, the company's noted that they've already purchased land in Ocean City. What happens to that land if this project's not approved? So that kind of detail. And I also would like to know what happens, what investment will not be made or is specifically incumbent on the approval of the project as it is now, as opposed to if it's modified in some way. It's just so that we have an understanding of what happens to the 400 million if, and the projects that are already publicly stated under it, if either the project's not approved or it doesn't matter because you already spent the money.
Yeah, thanks for that, Commissioner Linton. We will we'll document all that, but I do want to make clear that the announcement at Crystal Steel was us fulfilling obligations for Skipjack 1. The announcement to purchase that we have purchased land in the Greater Ocean City area was our commitment to fulfill things that we've done for Skipjack 1. So it's our way at the $13.5 million that we spent at TPA already, our commitments to Skipjack 1. So it was really our way of showing that we keep our commitments. Now, if we win an additional project, then we'll expand upon those. Well, the O&M facility will be, I think we use a number of around 20 million more that we will expand that, make further investments to use the same O&M facility. And again, as an example, we looked long and hard in the Ocean City area, and we think we found the only location where you can have an O&M facility. So we're going to build that out for Skipjack 1 regardless. And we're going to, use Crystal Steel regardless because they're supplying these components for our Ocean Wind 1 and 2 projects, which are already won. So the 400 million is really on top of those, initial investments that we've announced recently.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was the comment at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does council have any questions based on particular questions asked by commissioners?
Your Honor, just may have one of Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy, Commissioner Herman had asked questions about concerns of risk sharing with ratepayers of the costs that are associated with the OREC. Are you familiar with any of the commitments that were identified by Witness Henry regarding agreeing to a mechanism to share 80% of any savings regarding the EPC costs associated with the round 2 projects?
No, I may have missed that detail.
Okay, well we'll follow up with Ms. Henry.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none. Is your microphone on, Mr. Collins?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
There we go.
Just one housekeeping matter, if I may. We had discussed with Mr. Hardy, U.S. Wind Exhibit number 20. Would ask that be marked and moved into the record if there are no objections.
Seeing no.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Whether Exhibit 20 would be moved into the record?
Correct. Any objection?
Can I? It's one moment, if you wouldn't mind. Oh, okay. Now, with no objection. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Got a lot of paper in front of me.
We all do. So marked, and without objection, U.S. Wind Exhibit 20 is moved into evidence and declassified. It's now a public document.
Right.
Mr. Hardy, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. You will be excused at the conclusion of this trial. At this point, we will take a lunch recess. We will reconvene with witness Henry, followed by witness Tanner at 2 p.m. Eastern. We are in recess.
Thanks, everyone.
Stop video, right?
We'll go back on the record in approximately 1 minute. We're going back on the record. Continuation of case number 9666. Mr. Coran, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, we will call Deborah Henry to this witness stand, please.
Thank you. Ms. Henry, let me see if I could find you. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Ms. Henry, if you could please raise your right hand and be prepared to be sworn.
Ma'am, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're a witness, Mr. Gunderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Deborah Lynn Henry,
And what is your business address?
1 Park Place, Suite 400, Annapolis, Maryland.
Who is your employer and what is your title?
Orsted North America, and I'm the project development director for the Skipjack projects in Maryland.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
Skipjack Offshore Energy LLC.
Thank you. Ms. Henry, do you have before you 2 documents entitled respectfully the public and confidential direct testimony of Deborah Lynn Henry, which was filed on August 25th, 2021, consisting of 16 pages of testimony and 3 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I would like the public version of Ms. Henry's direct testimony and exhibits marked as Skipjack Exhibit 3. And I would like the confidential version of Ms. Henry's direct testimony marked as Skipjack Exhibit 3C.
So marked.
Thank you. Ms. Henry, do you also have before you 2 documents entitled the public supplemental direct testimony of Deborah Lynn Henry and the confidential supplemental direct testimony of Deborah Lynn Henry, both dated September 24th, 2021, consisting of 10 pages and no exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, I'd like the public and confidential versions of Ms. Henry's supplemental direct testimony marked as Skipjack Exhibits 4 and 4C.
So marked.
And finally, Ms. Henry, do you have before you a document titled the rebuttal testimony of Deborah Lynn Henry, dated October 18, 2021, consisting of 17 pages and no exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I would like to have Ms. Henry's public rebuttal testimony marked as Skipjack Exhibit 5.
So marked as 5.
Thank you. Ms. Henry, were these testimonies prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimonies?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct, supplemental direct, and rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are the testimonies true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, we would respectfully move for Skipjack Exhibits 3, 3C, 4, 4C, and 5 to be entered into the record.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. Gunderson. Hearing no objection, the aforementioned exhibits are moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Henry is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Same procedure. We will start with U.S. Wind and others. Please turn on your camera at this point, like right now, and raise your hand. Counsel for U.S. Wind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. U.S. Wind has no questions for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. I only see one hand raised, Miss Susan Stevens Miller. Okay, here we go, Mr. Fields. We need to have everybody up front. Please disclose that you're going to be crossing the witness. Late filed attempts will not be added in the future. So only OPC and Sierra Club will be crossing this witness at this point. Miss Susan Stevens Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Good morning, Ms. Henry. How are you today? Or good afternoon?
Good morning. Yeah, good afternoon.
Mr. Hardy actually answered several of my questions, so I only have a few for you today. Could I refer you to your rebuttal testimony, please?
Certainly.
Starting with page 2.
Okay.
This questions refer to the operations and maintenance facility in Ocean City area. According to your testimony, this will be a emissions-free offshore wind operations and maintenance facility. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can I ask you to refer to your visual rendering on the next page, page 3?
Yes.
The vessels that are parked at the facility, what kind of vessels are they? Or expected to be, since this is a visual rendering?
I believe I did not prepare that. And I can't quite tell what they are from this rendering, frankly. CTVs more than likely is what they were supposed to be represented.
Could you tell me what excuse me, CTV stands for?
Transport vehicle.
Okay. And these vehicles will be berthed at the O&M facility for at least some period of time during the operations and maintenance being performed offshore. Yes. And while these vessels are berthed, they will have to operate on auxiliary power. Is that correct? They will have to operate their refrigeration, electricity, loading and offloading capabilities and things like that while moored there. Is that correct?
I don't know how these vessels get their auxiliary power. Unfortunately, that's more of an O&M question. That's a detail that I'm likely not going to be able to answer correctly.
Okay, so which skipjack witness could I ask that question of?
We would have to get that information to you. I don't believe there's anybody that is testifying today that would be able to give you that kind of a detail.
So do you agree that they would have to have some kind of auxiliary power while berthed, but it's just not clear but just you're not aware of what type of auxiliary power they'll be using. Is that correct?
I wouldn't want to speak to that. I really don't know how the vessels would access auxiliary power. It's not really my expertise area.
Okay, fair enough. For the other facilities, Skipjack has spoken about during the proceeding, the Federalsburg facility and the cable manufacturing facility. Has the cable manufacturing facility, is that location public yet? I just don't recall.
We are looking at a site in Trade Point Atlantic.
Okay. So for none of the other facilities, including the kind of large number of uses, I gather you're planning to use at Trade Point Atlantic, none of those facilities will be emissions free. Is that correct?
I don't know that I can state that with 100% certainty now.
So they may well be emissions free?
I don't know that I can state that with 100% certainty. I honestly, I don't know that they'll be 100% emissions free or not.
So since you're unaware whether they'll be 100% emissions free, are you aware of any plans on Skipjack's part to monitor the emissions at any of these facilities?
Well, the cable factory is going to be a Hellenic cable factory, not an Ørsted cable factory. So that we would not be monitoring the Hellenic factory. As far as our own facilities at Trade Point Atlantic, I'm certain that you know we are a green company, so I'm certain that we will do everything that we can to reduce any sort of emissions that we have. I don't know what sort of monitoring that you are asking for, though.
Well, if they're assuming they're not emissions free, essentially monitoring the amount of carbon that occurs at those facilities, the amount of NOx, SOx, and those kind of things that those facilities produce. Those
Right.
are in general the type of monitoring I'm asking about.
I honestly, I don't know what sort of monitoring we would do.
That's fine. I believe that Ørsted has stated that it intends to be a carbon neutral company by 2040. Is that statement correct? And
That is
so
correct.
with the facilities that are at least owned and controlled, with these facilities, the ones owned and controlled by Ørsted, rather, other than the Hellenic, would they be encompassed within Ørsted's goal to be carbon neutral by 2040?
Yes, that's a company-wide commitment.
Okay. Now, if I could refer you to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Toward the bottom at line 16, where they're discussing the conditions that restricting pile driving conditions.
Yes.
I believe you state that Skipjack would like the option of exploring the potential future technologies that might enable pile driving to be done less restrictively, is to broadly state it. How does Skipjack envision this option being available and utilized by the company? Does it envision having to come back to the commission and ask that the condition be suspended, or does it envision that it would be given the option up front to choose a different technology and use less restrictive pile driving should the technology improve?
Yeah, that is what we would be asking for in the event that technology does exist, and it is available at the time that we would like the optionality to use it. Yes.
But would the option be Skipjack's determination, or would Skipjack have to come back to the commission to be able to choose that option?
Well, this would also deal with the federal permitting process. There's many there are many conditions within the federal permitting process relating to noise activities. So I would defer that to Esther Siskin, our permitting, but I believe it would be probably something that BOEM would also have to approve before any sort of technology like that was used.
But just so I'm understanding, are you saying that if the commission put this condition on,
Mhm.
Skipjack would have to come back to the commission in order to use a different technology and to be less restricted with regard to pile driving.
If that is the way the commission wanted to condition the any OREC, that in the event that technology was available, we would come back before them and have a discussion with that, then I don't think we would be opposed to that at all.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Henry, I'm William Fields with the Office of People's Counsel. Did you hear the discussion with Mr. Hardy about transmission upgrade costs?
I did.
Okay. I'm not sure how much more progress we can make. He said at the end he was going to work on it, and that was about 45 minutes ago. Well, let me ask you this: Are you familiar with the PJM process for determining the needed upgrades for an interconnection?
Yes, I'm fairly familiar with those.
Okay, and PJM does. I mean, would you agree that PJM does a series of studies to identify what upgrades are needed to interconnect a new generator, and those we're talking about upgrades that would be built in the case of offshore wind. It's easy to say somewhere onshore by a different company than Skipjack, right?
I'm not sure I understand what your question was. Can you say that again?
Sure. When we're talking about upgrade costs as determined about PJM, we're talking about projects that would be built by either the local transmission owner or somebody else, not Skipjack.
We would be responsible for funding those upgrades.
That's what I was getting to. You would get
Okay.
you would have to pay, but you would not be actually building them. Is that right? Is that your understanding?
It's my understanding we have to fund them, and they are constructed by the Delmarva Power, whomever is yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you're at? Okay. All
That's
right.
what I was getting. I think I
Okay.
did that in a confusing way. Now, Mr. Hardy talked a little bit about, risk. Costs could go up and down, and is it a fair characterization that he was talking about how the company has estimated or done an analysis of what those upgrade costs will be. However, PJM hasn't determined what, and hasn't made its determination of what the costs are going to be at this point. Is that fair?
I think PJM has not finalized the determination, right, of what those costs will be. Those costs will change as they proceed through their studies.
Right, and the cost can go up, the cost can go down, right?
Yes.
And that is independent, or not independent. That will happen regardless of whether the state or the federal government in some way takes action to build transmission projects to accommodate offshore wind, correct?
I would assume so, but I couldn't really speak. I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And maybe what I was trying to get to is that, and maybe if this isn't something that you're familiar with, you can certainly say so. But what I was trying to get to is that if the state of Maryland or the federal government took an action that resulted in Maryland ratepayers being assigned a cost for a transmission project that was being built in order to accommodate offshore wind, that could be a trigger that would take the consideration of transmission upgrade costs outside of the usual PJM process, and could be a trigger for the commission here in Maryland to consider whether there should be some kind of credit for the costs that the ratepayers were taking on. Is that a statement you could follow and agree with?
Yeah, I believe as Mr. Hardy stated, that's a fair assumption. Yes.
All right. Okay, I think that's probably all we can do at this point. So I thank you, and that's all the questions I have.
Mr. Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for not using the hand function. I'm having difficulty finding that. Good afternoon, Ms. Henry. My name is Jay Holland. I'm representing the town of Ocean City in this proceeding. I have a couple of brief questions for you. On page 9 of your public direct testimony, you stated that the wind turbines will be positioned inside the lease area with a minimum distance to Ocean City of at least 20 statute miles in order to minimize visual impacts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did Skipjack prepare any layouts in which the turbines were located further from shore than 20 miles?
I don't believe so. I believe the layout that we have in our project is the most efficient layout. That's the layout that we're using. It's the layout that was prepared.
Now, in the round 2.1 proposal, there would be turbines proposed to be located in 2 of the federal lease areas, as I understand it, correct?
That's correct.
In the federal lease area, OCS A0519, known as the Skipjack Offshore Energy, or SJOE area. That would be 1, correct?
I'm looking for the numbers of those lease areas right now in my testimony.
Sure.
Are you reading those from my?
I'm reading them from the round 2.1 proposal.
Okay.
Well,
here they are.
actually, it may
Okay.
also be at pages 8 and 9 of
I see
your
them.
testimony.
So
And
you
then,
said which lease area? I'm sorry. Could you say it again?
of course, OCS-A0519.
Yes.
And then the second lease area is OCS-A-A0482.
Correct.
And that's known as the Garden State Offshore Energy Lease Area.
I don't have them labeled here, but that's likely correct if you're reading it from the application. Yes.
All right. And is it accurate to say that the 0482 lease area is further from Ocean City shore than the 0519 lease area?
If can we refer to them by their names? Might
Oh,
be
sure. I
easier.
thought that you didn't have
Sorry about
that.
that. Is
No problem.
Are you referring to the GSOE lease area? Is that the one you're speaking to, or Skipjack?
Yes.
GSOE.
So
Okay.
the GSOE area is further from Ocean City's shores than the SJOE lease area.
I don't know that it's further necessarily. I think that I don't know that it's necessarily further. They're the closest point to Ocean City is 20 statute miles.
So what is the, if you know, the closest point of the GSOE lease area to Ocean City's shore?
20 statute miles.
And
The
is that
turbine,
the
that's the
same for the
closest
SJ?
turbine.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. That's the closest turbine is 20 statute miles. Yes.
Would that be the same for the SJOE lease area?
I believe those are further.
So it's the SJOE lease area, I believe, is further than the GSOE area.
It would be incremental, but it's yeah.
Okay. All right. Would there be anything preventing Skipjack from adjusting its proposed layout so that the turbines that are being proposed closer to Ocean City's shore be in the lease area that is furthest from Ocean City's shore?
Well, if you look at the layout, we've proposed the project build out from the bottom to the top. So we've filled in SJOE, our skipjack lease area, and then built into the GSOE lease area. The layout that we have provided and that we are working on right now was developed because it's the most efficient layout and still honors the 20-mile commitment to Ocean City.
When you speak to efficiency, are you speaking to efficiency as to the operation of the turbines or
Yes.
efficiency as to cost?
Both, but as to the operation of the turbines, yes.
And so it's your testimony that turbines, if the turbines were located further from Ocean City's shores than in the current proposals, that would negatively affect the operational efficiency of the turbines?
We believe so, yes.
Have studies been done to show that?
This is based on the engineering site investigation that we're doing right now. The engineers within Ørsted that had developed this layout, this is based on their experience, that this is the most efficient way to lay out the project within that lease area.
Okay. Several years ago, Ocean City had requested that Skipjack seek an extension from the BOEM of its lease area so that the project could be built more than 30 miles out from its shores. Did Skipjack ever communicate with BOEM regarding extending its lease area?
I can't speak to whether that was ever done. I don't believe I was here when that statement was made.
Are there any other witnesses to testify still in this hearing who might be aware of any communications with BOEM regarding extending the lease area?
I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. The Boehm lease area was developed many years ago, so I don't know that they would even entertain any sort of an extension of it. It's based on a lot of diligence on their part. They placed the lease area where they felt it was best placed.
Mr. Hardy testified that as it pertained to the project boundary being, the closest boundary being 20 statute miles from Ocean City's shore, that the current layout includes a 2-mile buffer such that the closest turbines would actually be located 22 miles from shore. Are you aware of that?
No, that is no, that's incorrect. The closest turbine is 20 statute miles from Ocean City. Our lease area extends an additional 2 nautical miles into the to the east. We have honored a 2 nautical mile buffer to the shipping lane per the guidance of the United States Coast Guard. So the edge of the lease area is not 20 nautical miles and then set back 2 nautical miles. The closest turbine is 20 statute miles, and then there's a 2 nautical mile buffer to the shipping lane.
So I want to make sure I understand your testimony. So and you, first of all, you used the phrase nautical miles.
I
My
apologize.
understanding
Statute
was it
miles.
was statute miles for
It
20
is
miles.
statute miles. Right. It's nautical mile buffer, statute mile distance to shore
And
for the
second,
turbine.
thank you. And second, in regard to the buffer area, that is a buffer area then that would extend in a 2 mile distance west of the turbines that are closest to shore. Is that correct?
The 2 nautical mile buffer extends from the shipping lane west into the lease area. East into the lease area. So the shipping lane is here, and then the buffer extends into our lease area, and then turbines are located at the edge of that buffer.
All right. So the bottom line is that there would still be turbines at the 20 statute mile mark between shore and the first turbine.
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Mr. Gunderson, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Do commissioners have questions of this witness? I do not see any. Oh, Commissioner Herman has a bit of a freeze frame. Yes, Commissioner Herman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Henry.
Good afternoon.
Okay, your supplemental direct testimony on page 4, starting on line 12 through 16, that sentence that begins with furthermore.
Yes.
Did you discuss that elsewhere, or is this just a statement? Because it says that you think there are questions about the other project, the economic, that merit further review, but because the in-state spending projections are too high. But I didn't see where you kind of followed through and told us what the issues were. Perhaps I missed it.
I believe I referred you to Skipjack Majola's testimony on that.
Okay. The last sentence. There it is. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Hardy, you might tell me how we get from 100 million to 400 million. Is that something you're prepared to do today, or you're going to wait and send something in?
I believe we will be sending something in, but I can give you an overview, a little more detail into it if you'd like.
Thank you.
The $400 million commitment is made up of several different buckets. One of those buckets is our in-state spend to develop the project, our site investigation, development costs, building the infrastructure necessary. One of the other buckets is our direct expenditures, such as our cable factory, the Hellenic Cable Factory, that we're investing in, $140 million. The third bucket is made up of money that's generated in the state of Maryland for projects within our portfolio, such as cables that are manufactured here in the state of Maryland for projects that are in the Ørsted portfolio in other states. Is that helpful?
I don't understand that one. Explain that to me a little further, because I'm not sure I follow what you mean there.
So many of the Hellenic Cable Factory is going to be situated in the state of Maryland and creating jobs in the state of Maryland. But we are also sending cables for many of our other projects within the portfolio to be created in Maryland. So we'll be creating infrastructure and cables here for all of our other projects in Maryland and shipping them back out to other projects within our portfolio. So there is an economic benefit to having all of that, all of those components created in the state of Maryland, even though they aren't staying here in the state of Maryland. You are funding and helping to create jobs, and we're funding it with our portfolio throughout.
Okay, and so
throughout the entire.
that's added jobs and permanent jobs in the state of Maryland.
It's part of the economic development, part of the economic benefits. Yes, we're using our portfolio to ensure that the cable factory continues operations, is in continuous operations.
Okay, and when you send us something, that's going to have a dollar figure associated with it?
I believe so. I haven't seen what we're sending you. I just know that it's being prepared.
Well, yes, I
They're
think
preparing
I
it now.
for dollar figures, Mr. Gunderson, so let's make sure we do that. Okay, keep going. Thank you.
Did you have another question?
I didn't. Did you? Is there more, or is that the list?
Nope. Those are the three main buckets.
Okay, those are the
that
3
you'll see.
buckets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I look forward to seeing that. So in your testimony, and now I have to go back to it, and I apologize. Your testimony on page 5, there's a question that says, are there adverse consequences if the commission relies on ICF's methodology for evaluating energy market and ratepayer impacts? I'd like to ask you a similar question. Are there adverse consequences if the commission relies on Bates-White's methodology for evaluating the energy market and ratepayer impacts?
I think there's actually benefits by doing that. You have the ability to meet your requirements for the Clean Energy Act by having the ability to award more offshore wind than you would under the ICF analysis there.
Okay, but what about if if the Bates-White's methodology for evaluating the energy market and ratepayer impacts are highly aggressive and don't come true? Are there adverse consequences for the ratepayers if the commission relies on that?
I would refer you to Colin Kane as the person that made those assumptions within that ratepayer cap assumption. But we feel that the assumptions that were made by Colin were perhaps not as aggressive as others would state.
So you think they're not you think somebody else might have even more aggressive assumptions? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think there's a, I don't know. What I'm saying is I think that the perception that they are extremely aggressive assumptions is maybe a difference of thinking between us and ICF.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Henry. I appreciate it.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Henry.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to ask you a question about flexibility in your project. So as the project development director, do you believe that Ørsted has the capability, should it, after we complete these proceedings and we start our analysis, and we find we're bumping up against some of the rate class caps, do you have the ability to trim your project? In other words, remind me how many turbines you're proposing?
69 for the 2.1.
Okay, so do you have does the company have the capability of trimming 3 or 6 or 9? I know it's not your application, and I know I'm asking you to answer for the company, but technically, is it possible? Is it possible to have that kind of adjustment to your application in order to have it fit under, in our evaluation of both developers' projects? Do you have the capability of doing something like that? and I'm asking this conceptually, I'm not asking you to commit to anything.
Right. I mean, we certainly do. I don't know that that would accomplish what you are asking.
Well, it
I
would
will.
reduce costs, right?
Well, it would, but I would also it would reduce costs, but it would have other ramifications as well.
Such as,
Revenue.
right? And that's
Um,
what I'm asking you. How much latitude do you have to make adjustment? I keep,
yeah, it would have to be something that we'd have to dig into and look into.
yeah,
I will say in Mr. Hardy's a testimony he did when you were talking about the grid upgrade and the effects to ratepayers and how when Mr. Sorry, I can't remember his name from the OPC was discussing with him about the grid upgrade costs. We did make a commitment that we would share 80% of the savings for any EPC savings that we get. So there would be a benefit to the state and to the ratepayers from that perspective if costs come down from an EPC perspective. So there are other avenues to share those cost savings with ratepayers before exploring reducing the number of turbines.
yeah. I'm thinking of maximizing the amount of capacity we get out of these proposals to the state of Maryland,
Mhm.
while still providing a viable opportunity for all. And ICF seems to think, a little differently than you think about your costs, but and I'm not disputing your thoughts or their thoughts. I'm just trying to figure out how much nimbleness the company has with regard to, okay, we figured out here's what will allow you to get in as much as you can under the caps at all rate classes and still have a viable project.
Okay, are you asking if a reduction in megawatts to get us under the rate pay? Is that the
Well,
bottom line of your?
if you had to scale your project down a little bit to come in under the rate caps, if we determine that you're outside of the rate caps, do you have flexibility to adjust your project to make that happen?
I think that's a slippery slope, and the reason for that is that a lot of our economic benefits, a lot of our commitments to Hellenic and also now to the new GE Tower factory would be based on the capacity that we're bringing to the state of Maryland. So those would likely get adjusted as well, and so I don't know that it would be of benefit to do that. It's something we could certainly look at.
Well, it'd be better than losing the whole project.
It would be better than losing the whole project, I suppose.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Henry, a question for you. I was looking at your rebuttal testimony on page 13, where you responded to MEA witness Byrne with respect to the in-state investments that you would be making, approximately $400 million. Are there any consequences if Skipjack fails to make a $400 million investment? Say they only made $300 million. Is there any effectively a penalty for the company?
Well, I think 400 is what we're comfortable committing, but I would anticipate it's going to be more than that. As for penalty, I would imagine that is something that is we would be a condition within our OREC award, correct?
There might be a condition. Obviously, we haven't established any conditions at this point, but would you, I guess I would ask you, would you assume a consequence if that threshold, if that commitment was not met?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues here? I'll turn back to council. Does council have any questions based on my question, Commissioner Herman, or Commissioner O'Donnell's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, seeing none, Ms. Henry, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next turn to the next witness of Skipjack, witness Tanner.
Thank you, Your Honor. My colleague, Ms. Kreber, is going to put on Mr. Tanner, so we're going to switch out.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and I see Mr. Tanner.
Hi, counsel. There you are. Your camera has a bit of a lag there. Okay, let's have Mr. Tanner raise his right hand, and the court reporter will swear you in.
Sir, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness, Ms. Kreber.
Thank you. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Damien Tanner.
And what is your business address?
My business address is Orsted, 5 Howick Place, Westminster, London, UK.
And who is your employer and what is your title?
My employer is Orsted, and my current title is Acting Co-Technical Project Director for Skipjack Projects.
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
Today I'm testifying on behalf of Skipjack Offshore Energy.
And do you have before you a document entitled Substitution of Witness?
I do.
And attached to that substitution of witness document, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Damien Tanner, filed on October 21st, 2021, consisting of 2 pages of testimony and 1 public exhibit?
I do.
And do you have before you a document entitled Supplemental Direct Testimony of Damien Tanner, filed on October 21st, 2021, consisting of 2 pages of testimony and 1 public exhibit?
I do.
And did you adopt a witness's public direct testimony and public supplemental direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And whose testimony did you adopt?
Prem Pereira.
And is that reflected in the public direct testimony of Prem Pereira that is attached to your direct testimony at Exhibit DT1 and the public supplemental direct testimony that is attached to your supplemental direct at Exhibit DT2?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to have the public version of the substitution of witness filing, Mr. Tanner's direct testimony and Exhibit DT1, and Mr. Tanner's supplemental direct testimony and Exhibit DT2 marked as Skipjack Exhibit 6.
So marked.
And we're almost done, Mr. Tanner. Do you also have before you a separate document entitled Substitution of Witness?
Yes.
And attached to that substitution of witness document, do you also have before you a document entitled Confidential Direct Testimony of Damien Tanner, filed on October 21st, 2021, consisting of 2 pages of testimony and 1 confidential exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have before you a document entitled Supplemental Direct Testimony of Damien Tanner, filed on October 21st, 2021, consisting of 2 pages of testimony and 1 confidential exhibit?
Yes.
And are you adopting, again, someone else's testimony in this case?
Yes, I am.
And whose testimony are you adopting?
Prem Pereira.
And is that reflected in the confidential direct testimony of Prem Pereira that is attached to your direct testimony as Exhibit DT1C, and the confidential supplemental direct testimony of Prem Pereira that is attached to your supplemental direct testimony as Exhibit DT1SC?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to have the confidential version of the substitution of witness, Mr. Tanner's direct testimony, and Exhibit DT1C, and Mr. Tanner's supplemental direct testimony and Exhibit DT1SC, marked as Skipjack Exhibit 6C.
So marked as 6C.
And Mr. Tanner, do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions or clarifications to your testimonies?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct and supplemental direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are the testimonies true and correct to the best of your information and belief?
Yes.
We respectfully move applicant Exhibit 6 and 6C into evidence.
Seeing no objection, Exhibits 6 and 6C are moved into evidence.
The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Counsel for U.S. Wind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions for this witness. Thank you.
Seeing no hands raised from other parties seeking to cross-examine this witness, do the commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. All right, I'm a tad confused. So effectively, you're adopting Mr. Pereira's testimony. Is that?
Yes, that is correct.
All about.
Yes.
There were a lot
in
of
a very
documents.
long-winded.
Yeah.
My
Okay.
apologies.
Okay, that's all right. Help me explain why the capacity factor of the exact same turbine is different for Skipjack and US Wind.
Well, I can't speak for the capacity factor calculated for US Wind, but I can give you some background into how it's been calculated for Skipjack. The capacity factor for Skipjack is based on close to 2 years of survey data. We've had 2 survey buoys in the area, including a LiDAR, and these have been generating wind data for us over the course of the last 2 years, and that combined with the experience within the company has led us to the calculations of capacity factor that we have submitted.
Okay, and are you aware that the capacity factor is different for your project than the US Wind project?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Would you expect, based on your experience, that we would have what seems to me to be some fairly significant differences based on the relative proximity of these lease areas?
I don't have the expertise to really comment too strongly on that, unfortunately. I know that there are a variety of reasons that could lead to different capacity factors for lease areas that might be in similar but not quite the same position. I could offer to take that away and see if there's if we can give you a little bit more feedback on that from somebody who's got a little bit more experience on calculating capacity factors.
That would be great, because that just one really threw me. I might have expected a couple percentage differences, but some of them were like as much as 15% difference, and it seemed to me to be, or 12 to 15%. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but it seemed to me to be curious.
I would say that we have a vast amount of experience in calculating, making this type of calculation from a variety of sites around the world, and we have an in-house team that carries out this type of work on a regular basis. So I have a high level of confidence in the capacity factors that we have supplied as part of our application.
Okay, thanks. I had a question about the application, and I'm sure there's a really good answer for this. But if you look at figure 2-4, which is in the application at page 2-8, and I won't talk about the numbers, but just look at the figure, if you can pull that out.
So 2-8, figure 2-4.
2.4, right? And then if you look on the application for phase 2 for the 2.1, the same figure, it's different. That seemed odd to me.
Let me just make sure I've got to the right page for both of those. I think I have.
I'm not sure I am, so hold on. But I know I wrote the question down, so presumably it's this, it looked different to me, and maybe now I can't seem to find, oh, page 2-8, it's on 2-8 of the second application. There it is. Those look really different to me, and I was trying to figure out based on, I don't know if I can say what the, the whole thing is marked confidential, so I don't know if I can say what the figure is, but
So I think I understand what you're saying. You're asking for the differences between the two figures. Why is there a difference?
right.
As I said, I'm not massively experienced in reading these, so I would have to follow up with you. But
Is there a
potentially,
different witness I should ask, or is this something you'd have to find out?
I think I'd probably have to go back to our in-house team.
Okay.
I don't think that I don't think we have any witnesses that would be able to speak to capacity factors. And as I said, it's just not an area that I have a huge amount of experience with.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you understand why it would raise my question, kind of like, why wouldn't they be the same?
I understand the question, and yeah, I understand the question, and like I said, I really wouldn't want to speculate and give you a response that didn't have,
Right. I'm sure there's a logical, explanation, but I couldn't figure it out. So if you
yeah,
could maybe answer that, I would appreciate that.
we can certainly follow up on that one for you.
Thank you.
I would just add that unfortunately, because I'm obviously a substitute witness, I wasn't around when a lot of this stuff was being generated, so I don't unfortunately have the background of when these were actually pulled together. But I know we obviously have people in our team that should be able to help us.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that's all I had. Thank you very much, Mr. Tanner.
My pleasure.
Seeing no additional questions from my colleagues, I do see Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland, what happened earlier? I made a second call and I didn't see any parties wishing to cross the witness.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I was not as quick to the button as I should have been. I thought that
was your camera questions. Was your camera on?
It was on, but not until after you asked. So my apologies.
Okay. That's the problem. It's highly irregular to allow cross-examination once the commissioners have asked that question. It's not particularly fair to the parties. I thought I did say a moment ago, when you have a witness on the stand, your camera needs to be on well in advance of you asking questions. I'm going to allow it in this one instance. However, if there are any additional counsel that wish to cross-examine and your camera is not on throughout the duration of the witness testimony, you will not be permitted to ask any questions. So I thought I made that clear the first time. Perhaps now you don't have the luxury of having a camera turned off with the witness on the stand. Mr. Holland, you could ask some questions, but please be brief.
I will be very brief, and thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Tanner, my name is Jay Holland, and I'm counsel for the town of Ocean City. I just had really a couple brief questions about the testimony, direct testimony that you adopted. On page 12, you said it's stated, by the time that Skipjack's round 2 project reaches construction, Skipjack may favor another WTG that optimizes project configuration or performance. My question pertaining to that statement is whether that although Skipjack's current application states it would be using the GE Haliade X14 megawatt turbines. Is this testimony intended to indicate that it may amend its application down the road to use a larger turbine?
There are no current plans to look at other turbine sizes, but we do have in-house teams that are always evaluating the latest technology. And if an option came available in time to proceed with the Skipjack project, then we think it would be our obligation to the people of Maryland to propose that option if it was suitable as an alternative to the Haliade X, obviously subject to approval from the PSC.
If you're aware, do you know if that were the tentative plan to substitute a larger WTG, would another visual analysis as to the impact on the Ocean City viewshed be completed?
I don't know, but we would obviously have to get approval from the PSC for any change. So whether or not that would be part of that process, yeah, it's possible, but I'm just not quite sure what the process is. It's not a process that I've been through.
Understand. Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions that I have, and thank you for your consideration, and I'll be more careful.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Okay, this is a two-part because of what we just did here. First, I'll ask counsel for Skipjack. Any redirect based on Mr. Holland or any follow-up based on Commissioner Herman?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Do any other parties have any follow-up based on Commissioner Herman's questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Tanner. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
And my colleague, Mr. Gunderson, will be sponsoring the next witness, so we'll just be switching seats briefly.
Okay, thank you. As we prepare for the next witness, which is Mr. Gordon Perkins, if any party seeks to cross-examine Mr. Perkins, now is the time to turn on your camera.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Skipjack will call Mr. Gordon Perkins to the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, please raise your right hand. Madam Court.
I'm sorry.
Madam Court Reporter, if you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Gunderson.
Mr. Perkins, will you please state your full name for the record?
Gordon William Perkins.
And what is your business address?
I have to think back for this. 217 Montgomery Street, Suite 1000, Syracuse, New York, 13202.
Thank you. And who are you employed by and what is your title?
I'm employed by Environmental Design and Research, Landscape Architecture, Engineering, and Environmental Services, DPC, and I am a Senior Project Manager and the Department Lead for the Visualization Group.
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
I am testifying on behalf of Skipjack Offshore Wind Energy.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, do you have before you a document titled The Rebuttal Testimony of Gordon Perkins, which is dated October 18, 2021, consisting of 18 pages and 5 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would request to have Mr. Perkins' rebuttal testimony marked as Skipjack Exhibit 7. Mr. Perkins, was your testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions to your testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that are contained in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the testimony true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, Skipjack respectfully moves for the entry of Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Seeing no objection, Skipjack 7 is moved into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Perkins is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. U.S. Wind, do you have any cross?
No, Mr. Chairman, no cross-examination for Mr. Perk.
Thank you. We'll turn to Mr. Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. My name is Jay Holland, and I represent the town of Ocean City in these proceedings today. And I have some questions from your direct and rebuttal testimony that I'd like to ask you. Other than your prior testimony for Skipjack in round 1 proceedings before the Public Service Commission, have you given any other testimony involving hearings for offshore wind farms?
I have given testimony related to onshore facilities associated with offshore wind farms, but to date, I have not provided testimony specifically on offshore wind turbines.
And Mr. Perkins, if you have a microphone that you could bring a little closer, that would help us. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Is that better?
Thank you.
Okay, then other than the prior testimony for Skipjack in round 1, would it be accurate that you've not given any testimony in any proceedings in which turbines that were 12 megawatts or larger were involved?
That is correct, sir.
And in regard to visual impact assessments, is it accurate that you've done offshore wind projects consisting of 8 megawatts or larger turbines only as a consultant for Ørsted?
No, that is not the case.
So other than the 8 megawatt turbines or larger projects for Ørsted at Sunrise Wind Farm, Revolution Wind Farm, and South Fork Wind Farm, there are other non-Ørsted projects that you've been involved in terms of visual impact assessments.
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with a study titled Offshore Wind Turbine Visibility and Visual Impact Threshold Distances?
Yes.
And are you aware that one of the authors is Robert Sullivan?
Yes.
And would it be true that you recognize Mr. Sullivan as one of the leading experts in the field of visual impact assessments?
Yes, sir.
Indeed, you've relied on that study in visual impact assessments that you have prepared.
That is correct. Yes.
Is it accurate that you agree with the finding in that study that wind turbines were noticeable to casual observers at distances of almost 18 miles and were visible with extended or concentrated viewing at distances beyond 25 miles?
That sounds correct, yes.
Is it accurate that you have also repeatedly cited to Mr. Sullivan's wind turbine visibility studies in visual impact assessments you have prepared for other projects?
Yes.
In your rebuttal testimony, referencing page 4, lines 5 and 6, you stated that Mr. Sullivan's assessment of the visibility of the project is not a comprehensive visual impact assessment and does not conform with BOEM's current seascape, landscape, and visual impact assessment guidelines. Correct?
I did not specifically mention his visibility assessment. My exact testimony reads, Mr. Sullivan's assessment is not a comprehensive visual impact assessment and does not conform to BOEM's current visual guidelines.
Okay. So when you're referring to BOEM's visual guidelines, are you referring to the seascape, landscape, and visual impact assessment guidelines or other guidelines?
That is correct.
Are you aware that Mr. Sullivan wrote those guidelines?
Yes.
Would you agree with the statement that Mr. Sullivan's assessment in this case is primarily concerned with the likely visibility of the project from Ocean City, while the comprehensive visual impact is a far more complicated undertaking that addresses many other issues and is in fact the responsibility of the project proponent and eventually BOEM?
Yes, my statement in here is specifically with regard to conclusions on how the Skipjack wind farm may impact people.
May impact people, including likely visibility from Ocean City.
Including likely visibility, correct.
It's accurate, is it not, that BOEM's current visual assessment guidelines do not specify a method of determining the likely visibility of a proposed offshore wind project?
The guidance provided by BOEM, again, is a complicated document. However, they do promote the use of visual simulations to demonstrate the potential visibility and likely visual impact resulting from offshore projects. And that's only one component. Another would be to observe the likely or possible weather conditions that could potentially influence that visibility.
Okay. Now, on page 4 of your testimony, referencing lines 7 to 10, excuse me, you said that because Mr. Sullivan's 2013 offshore wind turbine visibility study concerned smaller wind turbines than are currently proposed for the Skipjack project, his conclusions about likely visibility of the project are speculative.
That's correct.
Now, would you agree that as a matter of visibility study analysis and common sense, that if the turbines used here in this project are larger, that they would be more visible than the turbines used in the 2013 study?
I think that's a reasonable assumption to a certain distance. However, atmospheric perspective, which is a very big component beyond a distance of, say, 10 to 15 miles, can diminish the visibility of large or small turbines, regardless of how tall they are.
Okay. If, as your testimony and Mr. Sullivan's testimony as well stated, that the visibility is generally clear in roughly 60% of the days at Ocean City, if the visibility were and the atmospheric conditions were clear, generally speaking, a larger turbine at the same distance as a smaller turbine would be more visible.
Again, I think it depends on the distance. Clarity of the atmosphere is measured out to a distance of 10 miles. That's generally the standard used would be a device that's used at airports to measure visibility. And they project the potential visibility out to a distance of 10 miles using these measurement devices. Once you get beyond that distance, the determination of clear becomes a little bit more unclear, because you have atmospheric diminishment, you've got moisture in the sky. In fact, a Rutgers study completed in 2019 suggested that the visibility onshore as predicted by airports could be as much as 20% less when it's projected out over long distances offshore. And that's due to the ocean-air interface and the potential for more moisture collecting in the atmosphere and therefore diminishing potential visibility.
All right. Now, you previously testified, and I assume you still agree, that with the findings of Mr. Sullivan's study, that wind turbines are noticeable to the casual observer at distances of 18 miles and visible with extended and concentrated viewing at distances beyond 25 miles. So I assume you still agree with that conclusion.
I agree
correct?
with that as long as the viewing conditions are favorable, yes.
And back to Mr. Sullivan's 2013 study, extrapolation is regularly used in performing calculations in scientific studies. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Let me rephrase it. Would you agree that extrapolation of the study results to wind turbines that are larger in size isn't entirely speculative, since extrapolation is a accepted practice?
I think there are two things here. You can extrapolate that larger turbines will be more visually prominent when visible, but you can't extrapolate anything from that study when it comes to just pure visibility.
Now, you've used extrapolation in your own assessments, haven't you?
Always supported by the visual simulations that we produce in our visual impact assessments and visual studies.
Okay, so is that what you did with the Revolution Wind visual impact assessment, where you did implement a similar extrapolation method?
I'm not sure I know specifically what you're referring to in the Revolution Wind study.
Did you use extrapolation to determine visibility of the wind turbines in the Revolution Wind visual impact assessment?
No, sir. We used visual simulations to determine where the wind turbines would be visible from. That may or may not support the findings of the studies that we cited.
On page 4, lines 10 to 13 of your rebuttal testimony, you further discuss what you say are the limitations of Mr. Sullivan's visibility studies in the context of the Skipjack project, correct?
That is correct.
In regard to the 2014 offshore wind visibility study, you're aware that that was published in a peer-reviewed journal, correct?
I'm sorry, did you say the 2014 study?
Yes.
My understanding is the visibility of offshore wind turbine impact threshold distances was 2013.
13, not then, well, yes, 2013.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Sullivan's published a lot of papers. I am aware that it was published in a peer-reviewed journal.
Are you also aware that that study was funded jointly by BOEM and NOAA and DOE in response to a competitive grant application?
I was not fully aware of that, but I'll take your word for it.
Are you aware that BOEM managed the study and that BOEM staff actually participated in the study as visibility raters?
I was not aware of that, no.
I assume you're aware, but tell me if you're not, that BOEM, excuse me, has found offshore wind visibility, this offshore wind visibility study sound, useful, and relevant to BOEM's current needs to the extent that they are planning on replicating the study using larger turbines and rated it as the second highest priority of 13 environmental studies they consider for the Atlantic region in their ESP studies development plan for 2022 to 2023.
I was not aware of that, but it's certainly one of my highest priorities as well.
You also prepared visual simulations of the Skipjack project, which were attached to your rebuttal testimony as exhibits GWP-1R to GWP-4R, correct?
Yes, 1R contains the visual simulations, and then 2R contains the dimensions of the project components used in those visual simulations. 3R provides the horizon occupation study, and then 4R provides the line of sight cross sections showing the diminishment caused by curvature of the Earth and refraction.
As I read those exhibits or view those exhibits, or let me point specifically to the simulations under GWP-1R. Are those from the beachfront location at 146th Street in Ocean City?
Sheets 1 through 11 of 19 are from 146th Street in Ocean City.
Is that the closest point to Ocean City to the Skipjack project?
Yes, sir.
Do the simulations in Exhibit 1R show blade motion?
They do not.
Would you agree that with blades turning, the turbines would attract visual attention more than without blades turning?
I don't agree with that in the context of still frame visual simulations for one reason. Blade motion is important in a dynamic environment. When you have people running around, waves crashing, birds flying, the motion of the wind turbines at that juncture can attract somebody's visual attention. In a visual simulation, we are entirely focused only on the wind farm and nothing else in a very tight frame of view. Therefore, there is no need to attract someone's visual attention. It is purely focused on the wind farm.
Okay. Well, would you agree that the movement of an object in the field of view tends to attract visual attention?
I think in a dynamic environment, I would agree with that. In the case of a still simulation, as I've presented in my exhibit 1R, the turbines are plainly visible on the horizon. There's no need to attract anyone's attention to them. You can see them.
I understand. So in your still frame simulation, you could see them in the photos that you attached as exhibits here. So my question is, in the real world, would those still frames tend to underrepresent visual prominence or noticeability of an offshore project when the turbines are spinning?
I think under certain conditions, when the turbines are front lit, and particularly if they're being struck directly by the light, there's a possibility that if somebody couldn't see them, that movement would certainly attract their attention more so, possibly make them more visible. But under the circumstances and the illustration provided in Exhibit 1R, the turbines are plainly visible. They won't be any more or less visible whether or not the turbine is moving. And the only caveat I would put on that is occasionally at closer distances, the movement of shadows can make objects more or less visible. But I don't think that that would be the case at a distance of 20.23 miles as presented in the visual simulations.
During certain times of the day, and whether those turbines are backlit by a sunrise or highlighted by a sunset, they could be more visible that way too, can't they?
Time of day certainly has a big influence on turbine visibility. There's no question about it. The sunrise and the sunset are typically noted as the highest potential visibility of offshore wind turbines and onshore for that matter. And that's because typically the atmospheric lighting is somewhat subdued and the sun creates a high degree of contrast when the turbines are viewed against it.
Back to the printed simulations, I have another general question. Would it be accurate to say that the printed simulations, or any printed simulations for that matter, do not have the dynamic range of the human eye to show a full range of contrast that would be visible in a real environment?
Visual simulations are the best method we have for illustrating potential project impacts, but certainly there's no replacement for the human experience. And you mentioned dynamic range. I mean, I think probably even things like memory and hearing, smell come into play. And that's obviously very difficult to replicate.
Would you also agree that the proposed skipjack phases 2 and 2.1 projects would be visible to someone scanning the horizon without them having to look too closely for an extended period?
I think under high visibility, high contrast conditions, that would almost certainly be the case, yes.
I have a few questions to ask you about nighttime visibility based upon your testimony and rebuttal testimony. Would you agree that the aviation obstruction lights, which would be on the turbines as contained in the proposal for both phases 2 and 2.1, would attract more visual attention when flashing than can be seen in the still simulation?
Yes.
Trying to see if I could skip through a couple of things here. So in regard to the extent there are any offshore lights from passing ships or what have you, that would not reduce the visibility of skipjack projects flashing red lights, would it?
I think in the case of Ocean City in particular, the observations that I've made from elevated vantage points suggest that the anchorage areas offshore are the source of a very large amount of visual distraction when present. Now, we did try to capture baseline conditions that did not include these ships from elevated vantage points. And we did this over the course of several weeks. And there was never a time during which we could capture those photographs without those sources of distraction in the image. Now, to answer your question, I apologize, no. I think, generally speaking, the animated lights associated with the turbines would be commensurate with, if not less obtrusive than those associated with the anchored ships. And in particular, that goes for any ships that have full deck lighting. I don't know the reasons why they have to have full deck lighting. I assume it's some sort of safety or security procedure. But that full deck lighting is incredibly bright and certainly stands out on the horizon in comparison to the turbines.
On another topic, in your rebuttal comments on page 16, lines 2 to 8, you stated that Skipjack intends to install a radar-enabled aircraft detection lighting system on the Haliade X turbines if the technology is approved and commercially available at the time of construction. Is that accurate?
Sorry, can you reference, I apologize, can you reference the page and lines again, please?
Certainly. Page 16, lines 2 through 8.
Thank you. And I actually didn't catch the question, sorry.
My first question is whether or not that testimony was accurate, that you intended to install a radar-enabled aircraft detection lighting system if it is approved and commercially available at the time of construction.
I certainly can't afford the ADLS system myself, but my understanding is that Ørsted intends to install that to minimize nighttime lighting, if feasible and commercially available.
And as of right now, the technology is neither feasible nor commercially available. Is that correct?
I'm afraid I do not know the answer to that.
Do you know whether Skipjack has conducted any studies or engaged any consultants to ensure that if this type of ADLS lighting system is deployed, that that there are no other technical or other constraints on its use?
I'm afraid I really cannot speak to the technical feasibility of ADLS. I know that it is deployed onshore and it works in onshore settings. I don't know what complications could be introduced by offshore projects in terms of feasibility.
All right. Well, without the use of a DLS system, the lights on the turbines would be continuously blinking at night. Is that accurate?
That is correct, yes.
Moment, please. In reading both your report and your rebuttal, I noticed that you didn't address the issue of cumulative impacts if both the skipjack and US wind projects are built as it pertains to visibility from Ocean City. So first, my question is that accurate? That you did not in fact consider the cumulative impact of both projects being built?
My tasks were to produce visual simulations of the skipjack wind project so that the commission could make an informed decision about the visibility associated with just that project. Cumulative impacts, both in my reports that I complete for offshore wind farms and in settings like this, are typically undertaken by the regulatory agency. So fast forward to the production of the skipjack COP, the federal government will likely come back to us and give us a scenario in order to help them assess the potential cumulative impacts.
All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Seeing no additional cross, is there any redirect, Mr. Gunderson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we will take a 10-minute break until 3:45. We'll be in recess, and then commissioners may come back and have questions for Mr. Perkins. So, Mr. Perkins, take a break, but stick around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go back on the record this afternoon, we'll plan to have one more witness call today, witness Ziskind, and then we'll adjourn for the day. At this point, do any of my colleagues have any questions of Mr. Perkins? Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Perkins, for your testimony this afternoon. I was interested to just learn a little more about these aircraft detection systems. And interested to know where it is as far as the technology development. Now, I think I heard you say that they are actually being used now on land systems. Is that correct? On land wind systems?
That is correct, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Is it pretty widely used? I mean, is this something?
It is. I believe in the Midwest, some regulatory agencies are now requiring it on all installed onshore wind farms, as well as any new proposals.
Okay.
And yeah, I know for onshore, it's a very simple system to deploy because the radar unit in many cases can be mounted on the turbine. In some particular cases, and this is where my technology knowledge is not up to par, but in some cases it has to be a separate radar unit that's mounted on a monopile of its own.
Okay. And to your knowledge, well, I think it may be in U.S. Wind's testimony, they indicated that that most of the developments are proposing to use these detection systems. Is that to your knowledge as well? All the proposed developments off the East Coast?
The only one I know of right now is the Vineyard Wind development off the coast of Massachusetts. BOEM has made it contingent as a mitigation measure that they deploy the ADLS system.
Okay. And this is maybe something you may or may not know, but do you know, are either the project developers or is BOEM working with the FAA on trying to get this certified for offshore use? I'm just curious what activities taking place to actually make sure, or to see if this will be an employable technology.
Yeah, and I can speak to that a little bit because I did write the offshore lighting guidance for BOEM. And you know, in several instances, the FAA, a lot of these offshore lease areas fall outside of FAA jurisdiction. Obviously, to protect aviators and make sure that the installation is safe for pilots at night, BOEM will almost certainly consult the FAA and DoD, Department of Defense, to ensure that the adequate studies have been completed and that aviation safety can be maintained with both the presence of the wind farm, the presence of the installed aviation obstruction lighting system, and then the presence of the ADLS system. So all of those would have to be evaluated together.
Okay, so ultimately, who is the decider? Which is the regulatory authority that's ultimately going to make this decision?
I believe BOEM has the last word on that. However, I don't know how that works with DoD's involvement. I assume that there would have to be a finding of no impact or no hazard to aviation from both of those agencies prior to BOEM giving the final okay.
Okay, great. So there is activity to actually make this a usable technology, then something that we can realistically presume will be available in your estimation.
Yes. I think there's a lot of movement around this ADLS system, and I think a lot of people are hoping that it will be we'll be able to apply it to offshore wind projects.
Okay, and just one other question about you use the I guess the measure of candelas when talking about the intensity of light on the wind turbines. So for the aviation lights, you say it's 2,000 candela. So, and I only know this because I Googled it. My understanding of lumens is how bright it is overall, and candela is directional. Is that something that also will have an impact on the visibility of these lights from the shore?
Certainly, yeah, the intensity of the light, the directional intensity will certainly have an impact to onshore views. And the 2000 candela light are visible over pretty long distances in clear conditions. And I think you could equate it to, as you're driving around and you see red lights on a tower, typically the ones that strobe quickly are roughly similar to the medium intensity light that would be used on the wind turbines. And they can be visible at distances up to, 25 miles and beyond. In fact, I've observed them from elevated vantage points at a distance of 30 miles. At that distance, they become extremely difficult to see. They're certainly not dominant in the view, but it just goes to the point of fact, visibility is reflected light during the daytime, but at nighttime, when you have a light source, it increases the effective distance of that visibility. And so in the case of the 2000 candela light that's mounted to the top of the turbine, the manufacturers of those lighting units do everything in their power to make sure that that beam is directed upwards and that the effective intensity is not directed down toward the ground. So that makes it more effective for pilots and less obtrusive onshore. And I think that's of particular interest here because the turbines are tall units, taller than anything we have offshore at this particular time. And it's unknown at this time how effective the height of the light will be at mitigating the potential onshore impacts. But I think generally speaking, you can expect that it will be less intense than it would if it were at eye level, if you were staring straight into the beam, so to speak.
Okay, so I guess that was what I was trying to understand. It sounds like these are meant to be seen from way up in the sky from pilots, and so they wouldn't really necessarily be directed inland. So that you say that could be a mitigating factor?
It could potentially be, yes. Again, having not observed anything commensurate with this particular scenario. But the other thing too to think about is with the FAA lights, you have to have a direct line of sight to the light itself. So under certain circumstances, if the tower is rotated and any portion of the turbine is blocking the light, that would also reduce the ability for people to see it from shore.
Okay, and then also for the navigational lights. So these are, I guess, will be closer to the base of the wind turbines.
That's correct.
Okay, so and I guess you say there'll be 32.5 candelas. So that again, will those be visible from the shore or?
So yeah, it's interesting. In this particular study that we completed for these visual simulations, we made an assumption that the navigation lights would be 32 candela, but we don't know for sure what they will be. The Coast Guard states they'll classify each turbine as a private aid to navigation, and it's the designated lighting that they give each turbine is based on where it sits within the array and its risk to navigators. So those lights have to have an intensity that has a maximum visible range of 2 miles. Now, having said that, we know that they're visible for longer distances. In the case of Ocean City, the wind farm is far enough away that you wouldn't see them from ground level vantage points because the base of the turbine would be concealed by curvature of the earth. But certainly from elevated vantage points, they do come into play. And those are typically steady burning fixtures, which means they're a slow burn. So they have a ramp up and a ramp down, whereas the FAA lights are instant off, instant on. So there's a different flash rate associated with the lights. But again, the ones that are nearest to the base of the turbine, the navigation lights, you would have to be fairly high up. The simulation that we showed is from the 20th floor of a hotel. And that's, I'm not sure how high you would need to be, but you know, that simulation depicts the turbines fully visible right down to the water level.
Okay, yeah, so they'll be lower and dimmer for the navigation lights.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
No, thank you. I appreciate that that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions for this witness? Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I received yesterday the simulation pictures in the 11 by 17 size. So I'm going to ask you some questions about those. I'm looking at sheet 11 of 19.
Okay, let me catch up with you here.
Sure.
Everything is in complete disarray since I've been shuffling papers. I was organized. 6, 7. Oh, here we go. 11. Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. So these two sort of little black boxes, I assume those are the substations?
That's correct.
Okay. The interesting thing is, though, they're kind of prominent there, but then if you go to page 7 of 19, you can't really see the substations.
Yeah, and this speaks to my prior testimony regarding the lighting conditions that exist, or how they change the visibility of these individual components. And in, let's see here, 7, sheet 11.
I mean, I'm sure it's there. I just can't, you just don't notice it, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think that that's generally the difference between a heavily backlit and a heavily frontlit simulation.
Okay.
In fact, there will be, what we've displayed here are two very high contrast conditions, but different size materials will react differently to the way the light hits them. And under, overcast conditions or, lower clarity conditions, they likely wouldn't be visible at all.
Okay. And so when I'm looking at the nighttime existing conditions starting on 13 of 19,
Yes,
I think you talked with Mr. Holland about that. Those are anchored ships, those big bright lights.
that's correct.
Okay. And the substations don't look any, or let me ask you, do the substations have any more visibility than than one of the turbines, or is it about the same at night? I don't see a difference. I'm just asking you if you have more experience. Is there a difference?
Yeah, I don't know if there would be circumstances under which the substations would be brighter. I assume, and I would want somebody from the Ørsted technical team to confirm this, but during routine maintenance, I would imagine that they need some kind of safety lighting on those units, during which time they could be more prominent. But generally speaking, for aviation safety and for navigational safety, they would have very similar lighting characteristics to the wind turbines.
Okay, thank you. So I was looking also, and I'm going to ask you, you've reviewed Mr. Sullivan's testimony?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and he has visual simulations and they seem to be from the same size lens, and it suggests that viewing at the same distance when printed on 11 by 17 paper. Do I have that right?
So he says view at 20 inches when printed on 11 by 17 paper. That's correct.
Right, and you have 21 inches.
That's correct.
Okay, so in your expert opinion, because you're used to reviewing visual simulations, what would be the impact of us viewing this in a smaller size than your simulations that are in the 11 by 17?
Well, firstly, I would suggest that whatever the recommended printing size is on the simulation, it should always be viewed at that size. The viewing distance and the printed size are very important, and the correct viewing perspective is an important component of visual simulations. Keeping all things equal, we shoot with a 50-millimeter lens, which represents roughly about a 39.9 degree field of view. And we calculate these viewing distances based on when that perspective would be, roughly on point to what you would actually see when you were out there, if you were just focused on that very narrow field of view. So the issue with printing simulations on a size that's smaller than the intended size would be an underrepresentation of the potential impacts, unless they provide multiple viewing distances for multiple sizes of sheets. But generally speaking, I think 11 by 17 is the minimum size that simulation should be viewed.
Okay, so in your view, we should make sure to try to view both simulations in the size that they suggest they should be viewed.
That's correct. In fact, if you look on basically any one of our simulation sheets in exhibit 1R, I believe, there's a scale in the upper right-hand corner of the page. And there's a specific instruction saying that, essentially that bar should equal 1 inch if you were to put a ruler on it. And if it doesn't equal 1 inch, then there's something wrong with the viewing parameters of the simulation.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins.
My pleasure.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Perkins, just a quick question. Looking at your sunrise simulations, and it looks like the turbines are not really backlit because of the band of clouds in the simulation. But I've been to Ocean City and seen that sun come up as bright as day, and it's beautiful. Why didn't you give us a more worst case scenario? Because that backlighting makes a huge difference, I believe, in the visibility of these turbines.
Yeah, Mr. O'Donnell, I agree. It's always field work is one of the most difficult parts of my job. In this particular scenario, the turbines are very heavily backlit. In fact, they appear as almost pure black on the simulation page. And we pushed the boundaries a little bit on this one to ensure that they were going to be highly visible. With the sun in place and with a blue sky, they could appear a little bit more prominent. But the point of fact is the scale of those turbines represented in that simulation is 100% correct. And the contrast that they present under this condition is correct. And I personally believe that in my experience, this is a high contrast scenario. Now, if the sun were actually visible in this, there would also be the difficulty of staring directly into the sun, of course. So you would have this blooming effect where you wouldn't actually be able to look at the turbines that are directly behind the sun, because you would have this sort of, this flare out, and obviously it's not good for your eyes. Having said that, we do our best to present conditions that are absolutely clear, and that present the worst case scenario. The fact of the matter is, oftentimes we go out there and that condition doesn't exist. And I've been doing field work in Ocean City for 4 years and have done multiple trips to capture photographs on clear days, which we do have a very big library, just not from this specific location. And oftentimes when we get there, it just doesn't present the conditions that we were looking for.
Well, let me suggest this, that those backlit turbines against the dark cloud are to me much less visible than they would be if the sun was there and they were truly backlit brightly. And yes, I take your point about looking directly into the sun. It's not advisable, but the sun doesn't cover the whole horizon, and so you would be able to see turbines that are very brightly backlit, not against the dark background, and they will be much more visible than this, I think. And I was just curious as to why that is, but it really doesn't matter, I suppose. But I would like to see people see what they're going to see.
Yeah, and I think it's important to do that. In fact, our simulation on sheet 7 presents a scenario in which they're heavily front lit against a seemingly dark sky. And I think that's a condition. Personally, I believe that there are a million interpretations of worst case conditions. Let me just get that out on the table now. There are scenarios where you could have offshore storms that are occurring.
I know. I don't want to waste the commission's time with all that. I think we could have had a better simulation for a sunrise that was more like a sunrise and not a cloud obscured sunrise. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, do the parties have any follow-up on the commissioner's questions? Commissioner Richard O'Donnell or Herman?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. You may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Gunderson, if Skipjack could call their next witness.
Yes, Skipjack will call Ms. Eskin to the stand, and my colleague will respond to this witness. So we'll switch out. Hold on one second.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Gind, if you could turn on your camera, please.
That's good.
Right. So Skipjack calls Esther Siskin.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Can you please raise your right hand? Thank you.
Ma'am, do you swear and affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're a witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your full name for the record?
Mr. Siskind.
And what is your business address?
437 Madison Avenue, New York, New York.
And who is your employer and what is your title?
My employer is Ørsted, and I am the permitting manager for the Skipjack Wind projects.
And who are you testifying on behalf of today?
Skipjack Offshore Energy.
Do you have before you 2 documents entitled, respectively, Public Direct Testimony of Esther Siskin and Confidential Direct Testimony of Esther Siskin, filed on August 25th, 2021, consisting of 14 pages of testimony and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I would like the public version of Ms. Siskin's direct testimony and exhibits, which was pre-marked as Skipjack Exhibit 8, to be marked as Skipjack Exhibit 8.
So marked.
And I would like the confidential version of Ms. Siskin's direct testimony and exhibits, which were pre-marked as Skipjack Exhibit 8C, to be marked as Skipjack Exhibit 8C.
So marked.
Ms. Siskin, was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections, additions, or deletions or clarifications to your testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today that are contained in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is the testimony true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes, it is.
We respectfully move Skipjack Exhibits 8 and 8C into evidence.
Objection 8 and 8C are moved into evidence.
The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Does U.S. Wind have any examination of this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman, no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions for this witness? Commissioner Herman.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Siskin. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good, thank you.
Good. I had a question about the these net emission reductions and the costs, the savings associated with them. Is that testimony I should ask you about?
No, that assessment was prepared by Bates White, and Colin Kane would be able to answer questions about it.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to make sure because I know he's coming on after you.
Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, 1 second. Let me get back to your testimony then. So, on page 6 of your testimony, you're talking about the BOEM permitting. So, I mean, wouldn't you have to start all over? I mean, it sounds like you were going to, you'll have to submit and obtain approval for the combined projects COP from BOEM. So isn't that kind of a step backwards? You know, you're starting all over. You have to, even for the project that's already approved?
We will be submitting another COP for the combined projects, should we be successful in this bid. However, we're not starting from scratch. We would be building on the Skipjack 1 COP. We have the same COP consultant team working on the Skipjack 2 and 2.1 projects already. We've entered into a contract with the same consultant team. So we're progressing and advancing the COP already. Those consultants, as well as the Skipjack team, have a really deep knowledge of the study area, both offshore and the Delmarva Peninsula. And in addition, we have developed through the Skipjack 1 project solid relationships with BOEM, Army Corps, other federal agencies, and the state of Delaware.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, no doubt, you know, I have no doubt that your folks are experienced and have good relationships with these folks, but it seems like, you know, if you're going to effectively, I mean, are you going to withdraw your application with BOEM and then file a new one? And does that sort of, that doesn't set you back? That's my concern. Does that set you back in any way in terms of getting the first project completed, much less, you know, another project if it's approved?
Well, depending on whether we are successful in this bid, we will undertake discussions with BOEM about where the Skipjack combined projects COP would be relative to the Skipjack 1 COP. If we are successful, we would stop progressing the Skipjack 1 project through the process. However, the schedule that you have before you anticipates us submitting a new COP that will address both projects. So that's fully accounted for in the schedule.
Okay, thank you. Let me just, thank you. That's all I had. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Liskind, I wanted to ask you, similar to where Commissioner Herman went with you, where is the Skipjack 1 COP now at BOEM? What level is it at? Are they close?
Yes.
Are they not close? Are they?
Yes. So the Skipjack Wind 1 COP was sufficient to advance to the NOI stage, the notice of intent that starts the NEPA process. However, due to the federal delays and the elimination of one of our interconnection sites, we asked BOEM to delay the issuance of the NOI for the Skipjack Wind 1 project, pending our evaluation of additional cable routes, landfall locations, for the Skipjack 1 project, and at the same time, we wanted the ability to mature a larger project, which is the subject of this round 2.
So what was the original COD of Skipjack 1?
My understanding is that the original COD was January 2023.
And now we're going to move it to 2026, or have we already moved it to 2026?
I believe it's already been moved to 2026.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we're not going to lose any additional time by the combined project should it go forward. What degree of confidence do you believe we will get that to begin commercial operations by 2026?
Well, I can speak to the permitting part of the schedule. The construction piece of the schedule was developed by our construction, our technical team, based on their wide, robust experience developing offshore wind. With respect to the permitting process, I know that everybody is aware that there were delays at the federal level. And we have seen this year BOEM moving much more quickly to advance projects through the process. In fact, 3 of Ørsted's projects have gotten to the notice of intent stage this year. Another project, the South Fork Wind Project, received its final environmental impact statement, and we're expecting the record of decision any week now. And so BOEM started 2021 with a backlog. By the time our project comes through the pipeline, we're expecting that a lot of that backlog would have been eased, and we'll be incorporating lessons learned from all of our projects to ensure that it's a very streamlined process through BOEM.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. Part of my frustration here is that Maryland was a first mover, besides Block Island and besides the two turbines off of Virginia. We were first mover for a large scale commercial development, and yet other states, other projects seem to be leapfrogging ahead of us in the permitting process. It's very frustrating for a Maryland regulator who took a hard vote to pay a very high premium for being a first mover to see other projects passing us by. Why is that?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for your leadership on offshore wind. Ørsted recognizes your leadership, And that is one reason why we're very interested in working with you to advance our projects. I think there's wide recognition that the process at the federal level was delayed last year. I can't speak to how quickly US Wind, the other Maryland project, is moving through the pipeline. That all depends on where BOEM, how complete BOEM believes the COP is. And that is really the main factor in terms of how quickly a COP can move through the BOEM process. And I will say that given that we have 4 projects advancing through the BOEM process right now, through the NEPA process, that we have a really solid understanding of what it takes to produce a complete COP and can move it, hopefully work with BOEM, build on our all the reviews and feedback we got from BOEM through the Skipjack 1 project, and really streamline the process so that hopefully yes, we will we do believe that the 2026 date is achievable.
Yeah, but you're not really
From a
answering my
perspective.
question regarding other projects appearing, at least to me, to be leapfrogging ahead in the same BOEM process. You keep referring to delays at BOEM, but these other projects go through the same process. Why do they appear to be advancing more quickly than the Maryland project?
Yes, well, there are 2 reasons that I stated why we asked BOEM to hold the NOI for the Skipjack Wind 1 project. One is because one of our interconnection facility sites dropped out, and then also because there are significant benefits in us combining the Skipjack 1 project with the Skipjack 2 or 2.1 projects, and constructing those projects together, which would mean, because we want to construct them together, that would mean submitting 1 COP and really demonstrating the benefits of constructing both projects together in terms of reduced construction durations, which essentially mean reduced impact.
Yeah, I know, but you made a commitment to us to have a COD to 2023, and because we were a first mover, we paid our ratepayers are going to pay a very high premium and not realize all of the benefits, maybe some of the benefits of price reductions as the U.S. offshore wind industry develops, but others are going to reap the benefits of our being a first mover, and yet you're delaying project 1. What if we don't approve 2.1 or 2, and you've delayed it even further with the citizens not realizing any benefits from it?
Yes, so all U.S. projects were delayed. We publicly announced and provided a new schedule to the Maryland Public Service Commission back in February of 2021, that factored in those federal delays, and then also the additional delays with potentially maturing a larger project.
Yeah, so I'm
and
referring
we'll
to
be doing.
hang on.
Oh, sure.
Everybody got the federal delays, all projects. So that doesn't help me here. I'm referring to Skipjack asking for a permitting process to be suspended effectively. And that wasn't our deal. And we may not approve your project. And if we don't, well, then what happens? We go somewhere back in the queue at BOEM? Does our project go behind other projects in other states? That's frustrating for me. And I don't hear you being responsive to that.
Well, if we're not successful in this bid, we will be advancing the Skipjack 1 COP through the process. And as I said, that COP is very far along. We might be updating it a bit and expect that to advance through the process and get you a project by 2026.
Yeah,
So whether it's
but
the
we took delays for no reason in round one. You're missing my point. Why couldn't round one could just continue anyway? Why'd you suspend it?
Well, the Skipjack 1 project as a standalone project, in February of 2021, we were projecting COD in the first part of 2026. So that's if it is a standalone project, because of the federal delays and because we did need to look at additional landfalls, we didn't want to rely on only one location for our interconnection facility.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask this way, and then I'll let you go. Is BOEM going to stick us at the tail end of the queue for their processing all these projects along the U.S. East Coast? If we have to go back to a standalone project, are they going to put us behind, leave all these other states get ahead of us because you requested the suspension? Because you might end up with a standalone project in the end anyway. We don't know.
Yes, BOEM is aware that we plan, if we are not successful with the round 2 projects, BOEM is aware that we will be submitting an updated Skipjack 1 COP in April. So they have been made aware of that.
I know, that's great, they're aware, but you're not addressing whether or not we go to the back of the queue.
I can't speak to BOEM's queue, but we are in the process. The COP has been reviewed extensively by BOEM, and so we expect it to advance to NOI fairly quickly.
All right, thank you, Ms. Susskind. Mr. Chairman, I apologize for being a legislator for 22 years, seeking the answer that I'm trying to ask.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions were actually partially answered by or asked by my colleagues, but let me just follow up a little bit on the edges with you, Ms. Sisson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your testimony, on especially on pages 9, and I'm working from the public version. It's not my intention to go into anything confidential. If I do, please let me know that I am. But in your testimony, specifically in pages 9 moving forward, it sounds like you're referring and relying on various permitting agencies to accept the studies, data, and other information that's already been collected from Skipjack 1. And so my question to you is, are you certain that that information will not only be relevant, but will be accepted by the various permitting agencies? Or is it possible that you're going to have to conduct studies again for Skipjack 2 or 2.1?
So that is not accurate that we are relying on the Skipjack 1 studies. In fact, the Skipjack Win team has invested significant resources in conducting offshore site investigations in 2021 to support the round 2, the combined projects COP. We have been conducting studies of both lease areas, the wind farm sort of footprint in both lease areas, as well as all various potential cable routes. And we have also, our COP consultants have begun onshore investigations of new onshore routes, where we're well into the thick of doing the field work, protocol development, and beginning the expanded assessments for the Skipjack Wind 2 and 2.1 projects.
Okay, then maybe I'm not seeing something here. Then, so you're not looking at and not relying on anything from Skipjack 1 to proceed with the potential of Skipjack 2.1 or the combined project.
Well, we're relying maybe on, you know, a limited amount of specific data that was collected. However, what we are relying on is our knowledge of the region and the relationships that we've built, et cetera. So, for example, when you do a terrestrial archaeology assessment, you don't just look at the specific for, you know, for understanding the historical context. You don't just look at the very small specific footprint of your project. You look at the region as a whole. So a lot of that information on the Delmarva region and the history of the Delmarva region had been collected in Skipjack 1, and we'll be pulling that information into the Skipjack 2 COP. So there are instances like that where we will be incorporating information that we gathered previously.
Okay, so the you've already started with permitting and other the process of moving forward with Skipjack 1, but now you're looking to combine the two into Skipjack 2 COP. So, and you've been pointing to the fact that there's going to be some additional benefits, and perhaps it would even streamline the process. And so, what I'm trying to understand is if you have to be relying on something that happened with Skipjack 1 in order to streamline the process for Skipjack 2. But my question is, are you certain that the different agencies that are going to be looking at a new project and potentially a project that's older, that they're going to accept all the information so that you're able to maintain the schedule that you propose to the commission? And I mean, it seems to be relying on some information that's already been provided. And I'm just trying to make sure that you know that the entities other than the commission that have to look at this are going to accept everything from Skipjack 1 as part of Skipjack 2 COP.
Yeah, so we, as I indicated, we are conducting new studies of the lease areas and the export cable routes. Those are different footprints than what survey data was collected previously for the Skipjack 1 project. The streamlining comes into play because we're not starting from scratch. We understand the methodologies that are required. We're going to be building in all the lessons learned from the other Orsted projects that are moving quickly through the process now. And really on, you know, BOEM, the federal agency side, their methodologies for what they were looking for have also evolved over time. By the time Skipjack comes before BOEM, the CUP comes before BOEM, it will be the 8th to 10th project. We both on the federal agency side and within Orsted, there will be a much better understanding of what the expectations are. And we have full confidence that we're going to be able to meet that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Siskin, for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Do council have any questions based on the resulting responses from the witness to the commissioners?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Siskin, you stated that you stopped the COP process for Skipjack 1 because of federal delays as well as an issue with the cable landing location. Can you explain what happened?
With the cable landing location?
Yes, I'm sorry, with the cable landing location.
Yes, so we were going to be siting an interconnection facility in a state park, and upon further investigation of that site, as well as discussions with DENREC, the Delaware Environmental Agency, the site had sensitive habitat, and so we decided to withdraw the site essentially from consideration and removed it from our COP. That left only one potential cable route and interconnection point for Skipjack 1, and as an organization, we did not feel comfortable with relying on just one option for the COP.
And why weren't you comfortable relying on just one option for cable landing and interconnection?
Because there are so many different factors that go into that can influence the process, from regulatory requirements to stakeholder feedback to technical issues, and those issues extend offshore and onshore. So we didn't want to put all of our eggs in one basket.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions? Seeing none. In a moment, we're going to adjourn for the day, but I want everybody to stick around after we adjourn. We'll discuss some items off the record. But before we do so, are there any additional matters that we need to discuss before we conclude for today that need to be on the record? Hearing none, we will adjourn for today. We will return tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern to begin additional testimony of witnesses. This meeting is now adjourned. We're off the record. Okay.
I assume
tomorrow,
I'm released.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you may step down.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, Mr. Howe, are you still with us?
Mr. Chairman, are we still? I still see live. Are we still YouTube streaming?
We're still live. We're
Okay, I just want to find out if that was the intent. Thank you.
We're no longer on the record, but we're still streaming to the public. Mr. Howe, Councilor, are you with us?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Is the plan to have witness Burdock testify first thing tomorrow?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Did you seek to stipulate her testimony? Did anybody seek to cross-examine Ms. Burdock?
We received no responses of any party's interest in cross-examining Ms. Burdock.
Is there any request then to stipulate her testimony, or do commissioners wish to inquire of Ms. Burdock tomorrow? I see none. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that being the case, we'll certainly request if there's any opposition to a stipulation to her direct testimony and whether she's needed to actually appear.
I see shaking heads. This is the last opportunity if anybody objects to stipulating Ms. Burdock's testimony tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Howe, she is off the hook in that case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Well, we'll admit her testimony for the record. So tomorrow we'll continue with the skipjack witnesses in the order of Hibbard, Keene, Lang, Majola, and Walker. That should take the better part of the day. Anything else we need to discuss off the record today, Council? All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m.